Well, howdy, Super Robot fans. I hope you're all having a wonderful Sunday afternoon. My name's Austin. Welcome back to the Super Robot Wars Archives. Sorry, we are a little bit late getting started. Oh, that's all I want to do. Cool. I have good news, everyone. I will share the news when we once some people show up. Okay. Oh right, we have literally nothing to look at because of how this is working. Cool, fun. I can't like put anything on screen while we're like waiting for people to show up. Yeah, I like still definitely need to get a like going live stream. Howdy, Anar, how are you doing? Welcome. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. It's probably like 5:30 your time. Well, 5 equivalent, you know what I mean. Never mind. How have you been since Friday? Friday. There we go. I have good news for everyone, but we'll wait and see if other people show up first before I don't have to run through it a couple of times. I mean, it'll be a second, but. And I just like have nothing, like I've got nothing else to put on screens. So. You were at a convention yesterday. Sweet. Do you want to share what kind of convention you were at? Conventions are so fun. I miss going to cons. I feel like they're so flippin' expensive anymore. Any con I want to go to here is like, just to get in is like $75 to $100 just to like have a ticket to enter. And that's like not including any food or like any activities. Many times, many of them are free, but not all of them. There's like plenty of stuff I want to go to in them that then also cost an extra fee, which is like absolutely ridiculous. KokoroCon, an anime convention, the highlight was Anime All-Stars concert. I love when you get sick concerts at cons. There have been some like really cool surprise guests at like Otakon. Otakon is like one of the biggest on the East Coast in the US. I feel like there's like probably like 12 KokoroCons. Yeah. Well, good. I'm glad you got a chance to go. I guess it's probably also named KokoroCon because it's taking place over Valentine's Day, isn't it? That's funny. Give me this back. And I mean, I guess we can like, there's nothing to see here. I guess we can just like sit on that screen. Yeah. Anime All-Stars are the people that dubbed the songs in German 2000s anime. Also, we got Braveheart duet with the original singer. Oh, that's so cool. Are the German dubs good? Because like, my initial, I mean, you said the highlight wasn't, so presumably yes. My like initial read on it is like someone coming in and being like, and the 4Kids people who made the 4Kids openings are also going to be there. One half the German version, the other half was Japanese. I love that so much. I feel like that also works in a way that's like unique. That's like kind of almost unique to basically any other language, given how much just like random German there is in Japanese words sometimes. In Japanese songs in particular, it's very funny. I have to imagine. Yeah, no, that must have been incredible. Digimon was well dubbed. Okay, sick, nice, excellent. I do feel like the English dub for Digimon is generally well received. I think that's true. Compared to a lot of the other stuff. No pizza crust nonsense? No pizza crust nonsense? What is that? Am I wrong about the Digimon dubs? Is this like the same as like the Brock's Rice Balls Donuts? What is meant behind the Apocalypse pizza? Is there a really bad English dub of Digimon. The speech of Apocalypse was badly censored. Got it. Okay. Okay. I don't remember that. I mean, like, that's like almost my entire life away. So. Fascinating. Okay, well, maybe my memory is just wrong. Or maybe the people I'm listening to are just like way more tolerant of this. The German version is 1-to-1 the Japanese text. Oh, that's really nice. Also, that sounds like really honking surprising compared to some of the other times where they just like have the most out of nowhere pulls for translating things. Based on what you said. You know what? Let's get started doing the story. I feel like we're gonna get a lot of just like Seed filler recap, and generally speaking, y'all have not been the biggest fans of Seed anyway. So like, how much are we actually missing? I flew a mobile suit against Zaft. Are we going to get started? And Atherin was with them. Okay, right. Also, Pokemon was spoken by the voice actor of Pete for Mickey Mouse, who has a really deep voice. Yeah, he does. I can like almost do a Pete voice. I do like Pete. I did not realize that was the same voice actor. I feel like I want a Pokemon to have a really high pitched, like, by this voice. I think I should have him up here. Not like a look out, Lunkhead, Pete's invincible. Like, that feels like not the voice. In German, no idea about English. Yeah, oh, I guess, okay, that's fair, right? It doesn't have to be the same. I can find that out later. I can look that up later. But, like, Pete to me is down here. Like, that's not quite it. I can't quite get into it. I gotta, like, warm up a little bit first. I have to, like, pull the Kingdom Hearts line. Look out, Lunkhead, Pete's invincible. It's, like, close to that. I don't know if that's, like, actually his, like, what he sounds like in the show, though. Yeah. Anyway, Kira, are you okay? Dude, you just rocked Zaft. I had no idea you could handle an MS. Thanks, Kira. You're the only reason we're still alive. Okay. You really aren't like any of us, huh? Should we give Kira a really annoying voice? So, Kira's your name. I'm sorry. I know that I did was insane, but a civilian rewrote the OS of the Alliance's most cutting-edge MS on the fly, even, and then proceeded to engage and rout Zaft's troops. Calling insane is putting it lightly. I'm really sorry. I don't actually remember what happened. No, that's too annoying on my throat. We were inside the Gundam when I saw my friends getting dragged into the crossfire, and then Gundam. Ah, you mean the strike. I suppose it does look like the units from the Revolutionary War. Strike. Is that the name of that MS? In any case, you and your friends are coming with me. What? Why? Easy there, lady. Like he said, that battle just blew up around us. We weren't... Shut it, all of you. Ah! Are you crazy? We didn't do anything to warrant that. He's right. They even helped get you out of that mech after you fainted. I'm grateful for your help, but the fact is, civvies like you could never have seen that MS. My name is Marie. I never can say her name. But no songs from Digimon Tamer, sadly. Oh, that's a bummer. And Frontier one was album only, since there was a lot of songs that were not used in the anime, but were dubbed regardless. They just like, that's interesting. You just like get the, like, you had to get like the background tracking to get them. Interesting. Ah, Kira jump scare, yeah. I mean, couldn't expect it. Howdy, Gundam. Also, Gundam, so much better news than you told me. It's so much better than you possibly knew, I think. It's not one Castlevania game, it's a year of Castlevania. We're like getting remakes and theoretically multiple projects. I am so excited. My name's Marie Ramius, and I'm an officer of the Earth Alliance. Regardless of the attack, what you saw was a military secret. I can't let you go. You're coming with me until I can contact command, and then we'll decide what to do with you. What? But this is a neutral colony. What's the Alliance even doing here? You don't get to ask questions. I'm sure even you know what's happening in the Earth sphere. Do you seriously believe you can just we're neutral, that's not our problem, and that'll be it? Don't be stupid. But your peaceful little world inside this colony was mere fantasy, and that's over now. You don't have to be so mean. Maybe not. That's how things are. Where Dom and evoluted attacks grow on a daily basis, as does war between Earth and plants, between coordinators and naturals. Coordinators and naturals. I'm a coordinator, but the Archangel will depart soon. Bring the strike into the ship, Kira. Yes, ma'am. Oh, new Castlevania, RPG style or pure action style. I think it's going to be probably a combination between both. It's being done by the people who did Dead Cells. Like, famously, they've only made roguelikes. So I think we're going to get some amount of action style, but like the screenshots we've seen so far feel very Metroidvania-esque. But it remains to be seen. We don't know a lot yet. It's all we've been told is it comes out in 2026, at least as far as last I've seen. I remember the dub pronounced it Meru. Is that true? Okay, hold on a second. Let's look at her Japanese name. Let's look at the katakana. It is like one of the benefits of being able to read this stuff is that there's just like, we just like have a really easy answer. We need this. Mario. Mari, and this is the U modifying it, so Mario. Okay. Great. Easy. August 26th, 100 ASC, ship's log. That was Cosm with his mercenaries. I'm sure it was. He and Dad disappeared after that battle 6 months ago, but he's been alive all this time. I don't think blesses, though. Shihomi says we should be great. Shihomi says we should just be happy to know that, but I'm not. I don't like this one bit. I want to see Kazuma again. I want to be with him. So why did he miss Mihiro? Sorry, Carrot. I know I've done nothing but cry these past 6 months. Lo and his team will be here soon, and here I am, sulking again. Everything will be okay. Mr. Kazuma will come back. I know he will, because he is the son of Captain Bless. Want to believe that. I really do, but Miss Mihiro. Kazuma's alive. For real? For real? Yeah, but he took off. Didn't even say a word to us. He must have some reason for not coming back even after all this time. But that's something no one but him could tell us. Yes, which is why I think we should leave him be for now. I hear ya, but he could at least send word. The guy's gotta know we're all worried sick. Next time I see him, I'm gonna welcome him with open arms, and and a clenched fist. We'll get there when we get there. Now, Lo, you said we had a job and wanted our help with? Yes. Allow me to give you the details. Much appreciated, Liam. Lo's explanations are always too hyped up to follow. Psh! So giving people sass as easy as you breathe, eh? As I'm sure you're aware, the neutral colony of Heliopolis was attacked a few hours ago. Right. Word is the Alliance and Zaf troops really went at it inside the place. Gurrent's report said that the Alliance was using Heliopolis to build next-generation MSs. But Zaft attacked and made off with the things. Sheesh! Orb really played everyone, huh? All that talk of neutrality, and they were actually in bed with the Alliance. Orb's Morgan Rote? I don't remember how to say that. Morgan Rote, Inc., to be precise. The Alliance always had an eye on their tech. I imagine they decided to simply strong-arm them into playing ball. No wonder you're in charge, Professor. You always know everything. Oh, I just have a couple of friends here and there. Forcing a neutral nation to help. That's low, even for the Alliance. Even if Orb's tech and pilots rival Zaft's, that doesn't justify any of this. But the fact is, Orb helped the Alliance and now the entire world knows it. Their neutral stance has just taken a heavy hit. I always kind of liked Orb, a country where coordinators and naturals live side by side. Well, you are the resident George Glenn fangirl. Of course you'd like it. I'm an admirer, not a fangirl. Those are totally different. I mean, he was a great man. He laid the foundation for the Earth Sphere, and yes, we know. I'm sure you can tell Carrot all about it later. Liam, carry on if you would. Well, it's simple. A battle means mechs got destroyed, which means there's a lot of junk. And that's gold for us. This was a pretty big brawl, so we're looking for extra hands. Ah, I see. Well, we're not too far. I'd say we can reach Heliopolis in a couple of hours. Very well, we humbly accept your offer. Nice. Then we better get moving. Don't want to risk other folks beating us to the goods. Is this a robot from? Is this a robot from the Astray, I don't remember. Speaking of seed coordinators, Blue Cosmos is right for the wrong reasons. Genetic manipulation is a crime upon coordinators. Yeah. Like if you're a Star Trek guy, they kind of pronounce it like how they say the Kobayashi Maru. I don't remember which dub I watched. I know it's the dub where they didn't pronounce Lacus wrong. Yeah, from Astray. Okay, cool. I've always heard it pronounced Kobayashi Maru, not Madio. There's no Y. There's no Y at the end of that word. But I do think it's close. But I also hear that you are saying that the dub pronounces it as the same as like Maru. Bihiro, something seems to be bothering you. Yes, she can't stop thinking about Mr. Kazuma. I see. I can certainly understand the situation. Thank you, 8. Don't mention it. Captain Chihome. Seeing her like this saddens me as much as it does you. What he said. Sometimes I even forgot he's a computer. You said you salvaged him from a derelict mech you found, yeah? That's correct. And as a specialized combat terminal, I've recorded all of humanity's history of war in my databanks. Plus, he came set with a personality just like Carrot, which has helped us both make good friends. Yeah, and I couldn't do what I do without him having my back. That's why I make it a point to always bring him to meetings. Not like that's a problem, since we can fit his terminal in a suitcase. Moving him around's pretty easy. And I appreciate it. There's never a dull moment with Lo around. You know what? I get the feeling this gig's gonna bring us something as good as 8. What, is your Junkman sense tingling? Could be. The trailers have their trailer soul, right? Maybe we Junkmen have our own special kind of soul. And that's sniffing out some treasure over there, huh? We'd best rush to the scene then. Get some fresh intel. Sorry, got some fresh intel. It seems another big battle's broken out of Heliopolis. They're still fighting? Psst, those Zaft and Alliance jarheads just don't know when it's time to go home, huh? Much as we appreciate the extra treasure, this war's really getting out of hand. I still find it funny how Seed got a redub for the remaster and apparently pronounced Lacus as Lacus. Really? Lacus? Why? Why would they do that? Heliopolis. Stay frosty, kid. Zap's still up and about. Okay. They destroyed the entire colony. Captain Ramius, we're awaiting your orders. Yes, we cannot let either the strike or the ship fall into Zaft hands. Our first priority is surviving until we can return to the Alliance GHQ on Earth. Recover the strike and the Mobius and set a course out of this sector. Roger. Recover all units. Quickly. Atherin, you really are with Zaft. How did I end up fighting against my best friend? The legged ships run off. A hunt, eh? How nice. I'll have the final G burnt to a crisp in 2 shakes. Settle down, Isaac. Our orders are to capture all of the Gs. Yeah, and Commander Crusette said we were free to destroy it if it couldn't be done. Forget about him, Isaac. Atherin's just peeing his pants after what he saw in there. Turns out the pilot of that G is pretty dang good for a natural. No, the pilot of that unit is not a natural. It's Kira. But why would a coordinator like him be helping the Alliance? Or maybe you're worried about dying on your sweetheart waiting back at the plants. That's enough, Dearka. Remember that we're in the middle of an operation. And we've just captured these units. We can't take the big risk while we're still getting used to it. He's right. Let's stand by and wait for Commander Crusette's orders. Excellently done, then. It's a shame that Heliopolis was destroyed during the op, but there was nothing we could have done to prevent it. All units return to the Vesalians. We'll be pursuing the legged ship. Roger that. I can only recover PO1. Things might turn problematic if the Alliance discovers O2 or O3. The other 2 units must be destroyed. The realization of our ideals depends on us. Mission start from Astray sounds so good. Also, Astray seems to be good given how they are portraying here and in Crossrays. Yeah, no. Have you not read Astray before, NR? Astray is so good. I enjoyed my time with it. I don't remember it very much, but I do remember really liking it. It's been so long since I first saw Seed, so I don't remember which dub I heard. I know for a fact I saw the Seed Destiny had a remaster because they added the terrible panty shots to Luna when she was doing normal things, like leaning over a control console. That's unfortunate they chose to add that. I'm not surprised that they do. I feel like those kind of releases do usually include the material that got censored on other releases, but I know, like, big surprise. I need to get one grumble about fan service at least once an hour. Yo, look, Heliopolis. It's been totally wrecked. How could they? I know this is war, but civilians lived there. Horus, bring us into the ruins. We might search for any survivors. Aye, boss. We spacemen are all about valuing life, right? Sato, Liam, be hero. We're helping them with the rescue. Treasure hunting can wait. Roger. Are you sure this is okay? Zaft or the Alliance aren't coming back, right? Chill, Kisato. If you want, you can always wait outside with me, hero. But not me. I can't hang back when there's hidden treasure waiting to be found. Right. We already saved everyone we can, so now it's time to work. Sorry, Candy, Horus. I'm just not good at spacewalking. Forget about it, me hero. You'll get the hang of it once you're bigger. And handling a work pod's way easier than flying the Valhawk, too. And really, you won't even have to try to get it better. You won't have to try to get bigger than Akane. Shut your yap, stupid horse. I wasn't talking about why was that's so unnecessary? Like, I already hate this personality, but this was just like literally out of nowhere. I like could not parse that sentence. I did not expect it. Like, I didn't understand what that was going to be. You have little to do with Gundam outside of video games. Oh, interesting. I did not realize that. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. I thought you were like trying to like watch some of them. I figured, I don't know, yeah. I guess I should have assumed that based on what else you've said, but I just have a gripe with it for the HD remaster because they keep adding unnecessary things like sex scenes with Flay instead of being implied like in the original, or no panty shots for Luna. Yeah, like I think that there's a lot you could do that implies sexuality that still like is very meaningful, and the fact that it is visually not present is also like sometimes even more meaningful for a story, not just in my like usual grumble way, but like in the fact that the actual act itself is not as valuable as what the idealized version of physical intimacy means for a lot of these very young characters. I gotta say, while we're paused also, I am so deeply fascinated by the fact that we are not playing the seed plot, that we are really focused on Astray. I did kind of think that we were going to play out that element with that like moment where they like leave the colony. That we were gonna get like a short retreat mission and then these people would come in afterwards. I do love this though. I think this is a really interesting way of handling this, that we are like the outsider perspective. I would love to do another version of W and have this like with all of the 00 side manga replacing how Seed works. That would be really cool. Shut your yap, stupid horse. Oh yeah. Neither was I. This one's all on you, Akane. No, it was still implied. All right, Akane, Horus. We'll be heading for the industrial area. You can get us there, right, 8? Absolutely. The Bressers loaded the colony's basic structure into my database. I guess we'll check out what's left of the dock then. Happy treasure hunting. Right back at ya. Whew, there's still a bit of air left in this block. Akane. What's up, Horus? I suppose this is a good time as any. There's something I need to tell you. What do you have that serious look on your face for? You're never so serious. It's just the two of us in here, so Akane, Wait, just give me a sec to prepare myself before you do what I think you're about to. Please just... No, it seems that's not happening today. I know you're there. Show yourself. Well, now isn't this something? You're about the last person I expected to find here. Yeah, I'm just as surprised. You're Kazuma. No, his name's Kite. What are you talking about? Here we go. Elijah's captured the junk guild ship. Sorry, Captain Chihomi. We don't enjoy having to hold people who helped us at gunpoint. I doubt the Serpent's Tail would be looking to keep us from salvaging junk. This has something to do with the job on that message we delivered, doesn't it? Very perceptive. You really are the Hawkeye's daughter. But don't worry. We have no reason to hurt any of you at the moment. Especially since Captain Bless helped us out a couple of times. Likewise, I remember my father telling us that you'd also helped him plenty. In which case, how about we cut this nasty business short? Just recall the folks still inside. It's not that simple. We need this job to stave off our 37th bankruptcy. That's exactly the kind of placid answer Captain Bless would have given us. You'll make a good captain for this ship, I think. Sorry, why is Loretta saying that in future tense? Like, she's actively a good captain, right? You will make a good captain? No, she is a good captain. Often implied is better, less is more, my 2 cents on the matter. Yeah, hard agree. Seed is handled very sparingly. Yeah, a blessing, an absolute blessing that it is. The people didn't change in the remaster, and yeah, the mechs got animated buffs, though even I find the mech combat in Seed not interesting since beam sabers don't clash in Seed. They go through each other. Yeah, I do feel like the mech combat, I feel like the fascination for mech in Seed is more the design than the clashing. Minus some like obviously very pivotal moments, but yeah. Yeah, right, like especially because like sword clashes often in Meteor are used for like clashing ideals too, and so much of Seed is like clashing conflict. I don't remember that. I like need to stop. I probably should just like accept that I've not actually watched Gundam ever. Like my memory is so hazy on basically all of it. I shouldn't say that I've watched any of it. I just like need to go back and watch everything. Because I feel like I have a distinct memory of Atherin and Kira like sword to sword, like their mobile suits like facing off against each other. And maybe I'm thinking of the literal one time they get a clash, and that's it. I appreciate the compliment, and I hope you realize we won't be pressured into leaving. I guess so, but Captain, you need to understand that we're also professionals on a mission. If your friends discover what's hidden in there... Are you Kite's sister? Kite? You mean Kazuma? Kite's the name he uses with us. I'm Kazuhana Aja, of the Serpent's Tail. How's he doing? Has he been eating right? He never liked his veggies. Sorry, I can't tell you much. Telling you about his vegetables is classified. Kite's only just started working with us. You're worried about him, huh? Of course I am. He's my one and only brother. There's no one else like him in the entire universe. Your one and only brother. Hello? I just found 3 of those new acceleration chips. Just throw those away, girl. What? Stupid. No, I'm selling these and treating myself to a nice dinner, which I'm not inviting you to, mister. Don't be like that, Kisato. Here, get a load of this. Are those? Yeah, some brand spanking new MSs. We just hit the jackpot, baby. A blue one and a red one. There are 2 of them. We also found a gold MS arm. Back there low. I'm guessing it belongs to a 3rd unit. Think these are more mechs the Alliance and Orbs make? I doubt it. They're not bearing the Alliance emblem for one. If you ask me, I'd say Orb made these for their own personal use. Oh, so the Alliance figured that they'd use Orb to make MSs for them. But then Orb decided to piggyback off them to build their own suits? Someone's getting fired for this. What? But isn't that, like, really bad? Yes, it is. Orb would be in a lot of trouble if the Alliance found out that these units existed. I'm glad you connected the dots. That makes things simpler. Who are you? That doesn't matter. I was hired to eliminate those MSs and any eyewitnesses. Eliminate? Don't move. Hands over your head and get down on the ground. We saw something we weren't supposed to. Huh. You're telling me our big treasure is going to get us killed? Hurry up. You don't have a choice here. What now, Lo? We're staring down trained mercs here, and a coordinator by the looks of it. Plus, I don't think trying to run or begging for mercy will work. There's only one trick that will do at a time like this. Yeah! Ugh. What? Bum rush him. That's your big plan? Logic would tell one to flee from a stronger enemy, but he chooses to confront him instead. Naturals truly have the most curious ideas. Yo, quit talking to yourself. This lucky break ain't gonna last, so work those legs. What about you, Lo? Like hell I'm leaving our treasure. Go, I'll be right back with the blue one. What? Come here, Merc. We'll see how well you do fighting an MS on foot. Red Soul, Blue Flame. I like guessed at the title. I should have committed and just made the target. That MS, isn't that our target? It's me. The junk guild's already found the target. One of the junkmen's flying that thing. Great job as always, Lo. The Serpent Tail could never watch your guts and raw lock. What now, guy? Do I intercept him with my Gim? No, I have a score to settle with him. Retreat with the ships. Are we... I'm so curious if we're going to actually have to fight these 2. I feel like they both should be, like, on our side, given the context of the game. Get a system check running, 8. Already on it. You're clear to go. I'll provide steering support. Heck, ain't that thing a beaut. It's even packing a beam rifle. Aha, the big bad Merc. Let's get the jump on him. Say what? He dodged at that distance. That was a decent attack. You could have easily downed me, were I an amateur. Regardless, I was hired to destroy that unit, and you won't stop me. Mission start. Cool, okay. A funny animation thing. The animation staff didn't know for like 10 episodes that they weren't supposed to clash against each other in the original broadcast, and so the staff had... that is really funny. Wait, why? I wonder why they weren't. Interesting. I love those in Wing. Also, they made it mechanic in Dynasty Warriors Gundam and put it in because they were so cool. Yeah. The clashing in Dynasty Warriors was really fun. Also, because I'm like distracted, I'm like trying to go through. Sorry, I did not see the buffer warning. I appreciate the buffer warning though in there. Guy is so cool. Also, third guy in this game. Yeah, we have Guy Shishio, Guy Daigoji, and this guy. If we also had like Shin Getter versus Geo Getter, we could have Guy Daido too. Grant Foss. Hello, welcome. Can you see things now? Also, I believe your name is new. Welcome to the channel. I'm glad you're here. I'm sorry your first experience not being able to see anything, but things should be up now, yeah? Wonderful. Hi, hello. What is your experience with Super Robot Wars? Have you played W in particular before? What's the plan, no. What's the plan, Lau? The Merc might be a pro fighter, but I'm a pro junkman. I'ma show him tricks that he ain't ever seen before. The clashes got fixed in the DVD released later in the first 10 episodes. I think even in the opening, the Beam Sabers might have clashed. And maybe that's like, maybe I've watched the originals then. Yeah. Because I don't think I have DVDs for it. Given the fact that Low does not keep the blue, maybe we're not going to worry about like thinking about the units now. Yeah. Hi. Oh, different parts of Heliopolis have different terrain parameters. That's interesting. Okay, we can take this wreckage. We can beam rifle. Unsurprising that we have terrible hit. Oh, he also turned an alert on. I did not see the alert. I only saw the focus. Oh, I love that 8 has spirits. That's good. He starts with a Valor. I mean, starts with, I don't know. This is your favorite guy. I like this guy a lot. I think he's very good. I think I still provide Guy Shishio, but he's very cool. Just the Switch ones? Okay, so that's VTX. R30 and Y also on the Switch? So is it like the whole International Saga? If so, this is going to be a wild ride for you, because even still, these older games are very different. We have a Scan, Excel, Strike, and Snipe. Sure, I'm down with all of these. I'm trying to play them on my laptop. Oh, sweet, okay, good. Best of luck. If you need any help, I will gladly abstract trying to explain how to get access to them to you if you need. If you are enterprising and to figure out on your own, more power to you, but I will gladly help. 30 and Y are also on Switch. Okay, cool, okay. That's what I assumed. I assumed they weren't just released on Steam, but figure out how to do this. Okay, here it's worthwhile to actually figure out some of the accuracy now. Seeing as right, like let's just show this off again. We don't show accuracy at all because he has a flash on, so like, we kind of need to know what our accuracy is. You played VTX 30 on Switch and Y on Steam Deck. Okay, cool. I know you talked about, I think we had talked about your Steam Deck before for Y. I did not realize you played the rest of them on Switch. Cool. Okay. Guy has 154 evade and where's the mobility? 115. So what, 260, 269 to evade? He's also small, I did see that. He also had an A in space. We have 156. We have 270, 281. Usually hit gets a bit of a buffer for stats in these older games. But enough to say that we should use grit and strike, not a focus. I was hoping we could get by with just using a focus, right? But like, we may as well use the Eagle Stellings. Yeah, to like break the Excel, the alert. Maybe this is like way too thoughtful for what's going to be like a single clash, but BX you also played on the Vita too. How is it on the Vita? Is it good on the Vita? you're into robots fighting each other. Well, this game is very good for that. If you need any help explaining anything, please feel free to ask. If this is your first time, I guess. Sorry, I should get used to having the spiel back. If this is your first time watching me, I tend to be very math focused. I want to analyze the mechanics of the game. I will gladly explain anything. If you have any questions, I will gladly figure stuff out. I have not played most of the International Saga, but I can probably still approximate. But we're definitely big about figuring out how the things work on this channel. So if you have any questions, by all means, fire. Come on, I'll show you how the junk guild does things. A reckless charge. He doesn't know how to use his machine. Show me cool. Saya! Okay, sure. You have no problem with playing on PS Vita. You love the Vita. I genuinely also like the Vita. I guess how I worded that maybe did sound like I was going to be apprehensive about it because the Vita is poorly received. But I bemoaned the death of the Vita. It had so many good RPGs on it. Right. Okay. Right. We need to break the alert on enemy phase. Otherwise, we're never gonna get these. You platinumed both V and X. Nicely done. That feels like a lot of work. Yeah, we put 200 hours into Y on Steam, and I'm still missing 2 trophies. Thanks, you appreciate that. Happy to help. I made this channel largely around the principle that this series does not get enough coverage. So I do want desperately to just make literally everything accessible possible. We are playing in English right now, but if you are interested in either R or Neo in particular, I have multiple hundreds of pages of documentation for those games. Why is the beam saber so wiggly? That was so weird. I have multiple hundreds of pages of those games. I've translated examples from every menu or explained every mechanic. Yeah, no, the Vita's good. The Vita was really good. It's such a shame that it's such a shame that it died to it being a handheld, trying to fight the handheld console war, and that it was never going to win. I guess we do have to actually shoot him down. That's fine. We are probably gonna take real damage this time, so I'm curious to see how much this does. Yeah. Okay. The persists were maybe a little uncalled for at some points. Also, V and X are not that hard to platinum. It was 80 hours to play through. Oh, okay. I guess my time is also deeply inflated by the fact that I was on screen, which was inherently slowing things down. I'm outgunned. I should end this quick. I wonder if there was an achievement for getting him down. You have to import so many games for it. I believe it. I mean, I do too. The Vita got so few titles in the States. I feel so much stuff had to get. I mean, probably more than you. I probably shouldn't be complaining to you in particular, but yeah, it felt like a lot of things just did not get sent over to English in general, or if there's an English language version of it, it was secondary to the Japanese. That the original Japanese one also had English in it, you know. Whoa, how the frick can that dingy Mobius pull moves like that? Goes to show the level of your opponent. We won't survive another hit like that. We're just gonna have to go for broke then. Come on, 8. What? He left his cockpit. Is he surrendering? Now, 8. Huh? Gotcha. Didn't think I was a co-pilot, eh? You better bail out quick. That Mobius is on its last legs. Oh, crap. He used the blast to push himself onto my body. You asked how I'd do fighting an MS on foot. How's this? He's in the cockpit. Why, you little? I admit, those were some interesting tactics, but it's time to destroy this unit. That's my MS, jerk. And that junk guild never hands goodies over to people who destroy them. That MS deserves better than that. It's a very curious mindset. But how can you plan on making good on it? I'll figure something out. I'm the luckiest son of a gun in the universe, you hear? Just like how I stumbled onto that treasure today. It takes more than luck to survive on the battlefield. What? Wait, are they gonna get to be co-pilots? Can both of you use the spirit at the same time because they're just sitting in each other's laps? You can't beat him? Oh, I'm sure you can. Oh, I'm sure you can. I just like wonder if it was like a secret or something. Imagine how bad it was in Europe. Oh yeah, no, that's why like for sure. That's why I paused after saying it for a little bit, being like, yeah, no, I should not be complaining to you about it, right? Like I do have some amount of ease here in the States. I don't know if the cost of importing is different though. There's a huge weeb tax. If it's like very common for people to get together to like import stuff all at the same time, because you may pay like $30 or $40 for one single instance of an import. Like I wanted to import a JoJo game. It was $60 itself. There was then a $60 tax on it, and then there was also shipping and handling fee. Like it was like bonkers. B and X both have 52 scenarios, much less than 30 wide. Oh wow, those are like actually rather short. Like this game has more scenarios than B and X do. Guy, we got trouble. These troops just showed up and engaged us. Orb units. The client's turned on us? I get it. Orb doesn't want anyone to know what these MSs exist, right? Which is why they hired you to trash the things and kill anyone who saw them. Well, guess what? You guys fit that bill. Maybe there is something maybe there is something to that luck of yours. Whoa. Are you okay, Lo? That jerk threw us at the debris. What does he think he is? I'm borrowing this. Darn, I was hoping they were all gonna be fuzzies. Lo, this is our chance to escape. Hey, Goggles, that's still my MS. You better not get a single scratch on it, or else. Guy, why are you on that mech? I'll explain later. First, we must deal with the snakes. If there's one thing I don't tolerate, it's disloyalty. Cool. T at 54, so the game before 30 were nowhere near as bad. Yeah, no, that's like actually that's actually pretty reasonable. I did not clock that Guy had leadership before. It makes sense that he does. I just did not think about it. That's pretty good. Yeah, okay, sure. I'm imagining Lo is going to come back out with the red ones soon. Interesting that we just don't have pilots for them. We're going to stay on that bit of wreckage. Like, we'll stay there. Okay, we won't burn a spirit this turn. We will next turn, though. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, because I think this is probably, if this is not the only combat we are seeing, it's only going to be one other. It's only going to be the one Taurus on the left. Damn it, I'm also a proud member of the Serpent's Tail. I'll show you I'm not just a pretty face. Excuse me, 100% tax. I have to pay 20% tax and tariffs if over 120 pounds net value. Right? Right? No, it's bonkers some places. Like, it's wildly inconsistent, but there's some like really, really stupid costs I've had to pay for things. Or like, I've not paid them because the price was so expensive. I don't know if it was you. I don't remember if it was you that was saying before, like, is that a reasonable price you have to pay for buying used games? Maybe that wasn't you, maybe that was imaginary. But like, sometimes weeb stuff is really stupid here. In particular, the state I live in is also like pretty heinous. It's like so hard to find anything, and when you do, people are so scummy about it. Like, I've been to like resale stores that will buy the items from you at like a 20 to 30% the trade-in prices for like cards or video games are like 20 to 30% their sale price, and then they will sell them as collectibles. It's like 20 to 30% like a sale price as if they weren't collectibles, and then sell them as collectibles. It's like heinous. It's like evil. Not a bad unit. It suits me just fine, I think. And not anyone here can challenge this spec. Yeah, Guy has like pretty high dodge. And we are on the plus. We are like on plus 15. We are on plus 15. W has 55 scenarios, which is not that much longer. Okay, yeah, okay, it is close. I feel like I'm pretty sure W had 70. I'm pretty sure W had 70. Oh, no, you know what? W has 70 in total, but that's counting both sides of a route split. Never mind. That's it. Resale stores are always bad. I mean, like, fair and true. But I'm thinking like if I want to buy a Vita game now, like that's what I have to do. If I were to buy it like in person. But like even the ordering stuff online, like I wanted to get myself like I really love the Pearl Jam cover of JoJo Part 4. The price of the poster was a little expensive, but it was shipping from Japan, so it was $50. It was $50 tax that was not calculating shipping yet. I had not put my shipping in yet. It was just a $50 tax for a $60 poster. A $60 poster is also absurd. Like I did not buy it, but it was a $50 tax on it. Like that's bonkers. That unit. It's Kite's sister. What's wrong with you? Why does everyone love war so much? You're out of sorts. This isn't good. You're all insane. Why are you even doing this? An ambush. Mihiro, behind us. I can't shake him. Get back, Mihiro. Yeah, there we go. I feel like Carrot should be in the robot with her, considering that. Why are the beam sabers of the Estrays so wiggly? Also, VXT also have hidden bonus scenarios that are not counted. And yes, I talked about the playthrough length. Yeah, no, I knew you were. I had in my head that the playthrough length was 70 with not counting duplicate, route splits, but then I remembered where I saw the 70, and it's at the top of the Akarasu page. And the top of the Akarasu page is always total scenarios, not actually one playthrough count. Oh, actually, yeah. Hey, Grant. Hey, Grant. Can I call you Grant? Would you like me to do Grant Foss? If you're new to this series, please be aware there's also a very excellent resource called Akarasu, if you've not found it before. Odds are you probably have, but if you've not, AKURASU, it's a very good wiki that has a lot of information on it. It's very helpful. And yeah, I figured bonus stuff probably didn't count towards it, right? Because that's just, yeah, like you can opt in. Usually stuff you opt into does not like get figured into the play count. I'm with you now. Lo, I get how you're feeling, Mihiro, but you gotta think for a sec. What would happen to your sisters if they lost you too? I'm sorry. The other target MS. Is that you, Junkman? I'm here to keep an eye on you, Goggles. Can't have you running off with my baby. As you wish, but that'll only matter if we both survive this. Hey, you're selling my luck short. Come on, Nate, back me up. Roger, let me show you what I can do. Excellent. He has 6 secret scenarios in addition to 54, so you could do the secrets you have 60. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, like we're still like even that, we're going like a little bit above or a little bit below. So like we're still averaging the same. We're like on average, we're like around the same still. Oh, I guess because these haven't been customized yet, they're both gonna have exactly the same like parameters to them. It's 1,000 armor, 125 mobility. Yeah. Like they are exactly the same units for now. You're too lazy to look those up, but if you do them, I'm pretty sure they are as long as W. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That is unnecessary. Okay, so like, who are we using? I mean, we probably want to use Low. You like Guy, so like for sure we could use Guy. Did we go with the main character? Who did I forgot already? Who do we put favorites into? We obviously put it in. Oh no, we put it into Astray, Tekkaman, and Fump in order for the what's the stupid bear's name? You know, the mascot bear. I just want to make sure to not undersell the game. Like, yeah, no, for sure. I appreciate the one for like wildly acute accuracy. If you want to fight back so bad, I'll give you one. Or if you want to fight that bad, I'll give you one. Maybe then you'll start to have an idea of how much it hurts to lose someone you love. That's fine. I feel like we had better accuracy before. I guess because we were closer. We can trade out to this better tile, sure. I kind of love that the beam saber takes some energy. Like, it probably should, seeing as it's like beam based. You know, we can use the recoilless rifle here. Yeah, had we planned this better, we actually probably could have gotten low. We probably could have gotten low this last kill. I think I like this better. We're not going to kill with the recoilless rifle. Yeah. But, like, that's dead enemy phase. Have we, like, tagged the forest at all? It's fine. I also have to imagine that this is, like, not the end of the scenario. Both are great. The Astray crew is awesome. Prayer is also great. Yeah. The hero is the main pilot, only in this scenario. Maybe you want to look at the animations. Oh, are they different? I'm sorry. I didn't realize they were different. My bad. Hopefully we still have more after this. If we do, I will. Let me show you what I can do. Here we go, Red Frame. Let's scrap him into some real junk. Then you know what? We'll intentionally waste some time. I mean, are we actually gonna see much of a difference? Is she actually gonna come on screen? No, the text is different on the animation. Got it. Okay. Oh my word. Well, there's one left. Oh, the hell? I didn't make that shot. Heads up, with whether I'm involved. Inbound. Scanning. It's the evoluted. Okay, I figured we were gonna have more than that, but it's fine. So, they're the evoluted. I heard they've been making a mess around the Earth sphere lately. I believe that's their leader. His name's Leave. Sir, we would like you to. And they attacked everything, no different from the Radon. So we fight back. Are you good to go, Junkman? You bet your butt I am. I'm bringing back these goodies one way or another. That's how the Junk Guild rolls. Evoluted. It's because of you that my father and brother, you're all dead. This is for them. What is so special about this planet? Why did Oregon care for it so? I think it's neat. Right, the AIDS are, the EADs are still kind of lackluster, if I remember. Okay. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I just felt like there was more moves, but yeah, I guess 6 is like already a lot. Okay. We just want them to move, so like just not in the beam cannon range. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so can we get on that piece of junk? We super can. Oh, never mind. We super can. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. I think this is just fine. I think we just like squat up here and then we have to come to us. What do you do? Oh, super small. I guess that makes sense, right? They're humanoids. Combo supports. It's fine. Okay, so you are really lackluster, boss. Oh, okay. You do have energy regen, but don't. What? You think it's supposed to be German since Eid is vowel is vowel? That makes sense. I'm down with that. She has energy regen large. I'm assuming just as a like general feature of the Oregon bosses, but doesn't have any energy-based attacks. Either we're going to see her again, or this is the most underwhelming boss possible. It's fine. Turn B hero's animations on. Turn B. Okay. I try to like say it out loud, evidently. This is fine. I wonder if Eid is. Oh, never mind. I don't. My screen like flashed itself. I thought you had said something new, but nope. You don't need to do that. The blue frame can take this. Great. Oh, I did not expect you to move. Sure. That is a bit worrisome. I thought we had a turn. We should have turned focuses on. I just need like the boss to move immediately. Is Leave a woman? I thought Leave is a man. I think she's a woman. Yeah. Cool. I mean, at the very least, the mech does look like it has breasts. Guy, we just start turning this around fast, or Loretta and the others will be at risk. Pull back, me hero. Not even the Valhalla can handle this sort of attention. Yeah, correct. No, I think that's the reason we're gonna live this. Me hero. You, the Serpent's Tail guy. Kazuma's inside the colony, right? You, the Serpent's Tail guy. Kazuma's inside the colony, right? Yeah. I couldn't save him back then. I love him so much, and all I could do was watch it happen. But I'm not running today. I'll protect him no matter what. Protect. What an odd word. Why does it beget such powerful emotion? Looks like the battle's getting pretty intense. Mihiro's out there fighting Kazuma. How can you just stay in here? Just stop. I don't want to fight anymore. I can't. Kazuma, I'm afraid of all that fighting. It's too much for me. What happened that day still haunts you, huh? Chorus, you left because you were scared and felt guilty over what happened. But I got newsflash. Captain Bless died protecting you. Chorus, don't. No, this needs to be said. That's the hard reality, and if you need to accept it, I do need to accept it, Kazuma. Dad died protecting me. He died because of my stupidity. That's why I can't fight anymore. What if I'm still not good enough? It just gets someone else killed. Sure, that is a possibility. But if you stay here sulking, lives you could save will be lost. Lives I could save. And one more thing. While it's true that Captain Bless is gone, I think he would have been fine with it, since he died protecting someone he loved. Dad? What happened back there wasn't your fault, Kazuma. It was just bad luck. And if your refusal to fight right now, that's all on you. And I won't tolerate the Hawkeye sacrificing himself for someone so pathetic. You may as well have been killing Captain Bless all over again. I'm killing my dad? A hawk giving birth to a kite. If that's what people are saying, so what? You still are the son of Blessfield Arnica. Nothing will change that. Or did his pride not pass on to you? Worst, stop. I get what he's going through. Why he doesn't want to fight or see us. Come on, let's go back to the Valstark. We shouldn't let Shihomi fight by herself. Connie, wait. I need to borrow one of your salvage pods. Kazuma. Oh look, he changed. The horror of space, the weakness of the individual, and the importance of life. I absolutely am a weak man. But I haven't forgotten how precious life is. Oh, I see the boobs. Yeah, I ignored the battle animation. That's fair. I have to find out what it was that Organ sought. The Evolude's coming after me. Ah! Well, I guess we don't get to see the text then, sorry. My bad. Mihiro, watch out, she's gonna crash into the debris. Mihiro, hold out your hand. He caught the Valhawk with the salvage pod's arm. He accounted for inertia, relative velocity, timing, balance, shock dampening. Everything about that was unbelievable. Kazuma, is that you? Yeah, it is. Open the hatch, please. Okay. Oh, Kazuma. Mihiro, I'm so sorry for what I put you through. No, it's okay. Everything's all right. Our family's back together. Parrot, can you run us that battle formation pattern cross? Acknowledged. Code drive. Battle formation pattern cross. Valstork, roger. Here we go. Dude, that's the famous Valguard? Some unknown emotion is welling up with me as I watch them. What could it be? Is this emotion what Organ sought? The enemy's leader left. Oh, okay. Maybe the combined robots scared her off. Doesn't matter. Now we just gotta take out the rest of her mooks. Controls relayed to the Valhawk. All hands, to your stations. Aye aye, I'll handle our targeting. Ready when you are. I'll keep our engines under control. Shihomi, you don't owe me an explanation, but you do know what you have to do now, yes? Yeah, I'll defend both your lives and the pride I carry in my heart. Sick. Howdy, Tricky. Welcome. Glad to see you. Leaves face looks pretty masculine. That's fair. I mean, like, why not both? Why not both? Kite was actually Kazuma? What a shock! I never would have seen it coming. Cool. Okay. Are we Gundaming? We are not. I mean, we're kind of Gundaming. We do have some Gundams. But we are also Valzagard. We're also Valguarding. I want to keep putting the Z in there. Okay, we've got a lot of things to look at. So, first, the Valguard is so cool, but I've got to split it. It's even cooler because we still get to do this. Okay, I need to figure out. I need to figure out what counts as the main pilot. I'm assuming that Kazuma is probably going to be the main pilot, so I think we just get like an attack off with the Valstork. Do we have a snipe on them? Assail, strike, pierce, crit. No, we do not. And they don't have any post-movement attacks, do they? Right? Oh, they do have. Okay, they have the proton cannon focus, but not right now, and that's not like sort of what I meant. You want the final form so bad you use the same by accident? That's really funny. So it does evolve again. Like this doesn't feel done. This doesn't feel done. I've not looked at the final form, but I have downloaded all of the sprites for this, like without looking at them. So I suspect it is quite possible that I just saw the name and internalized that. Okay. I was just like trying to not waste this, but I think no matter what, we're gonna end up wasting this a little bit. Okay. Great. You combine here. No, that did use the turn. That's really interesting. This feels unconventional. So, despite the fact that Kazuma is the main pilot, because the large portion of the body is the Valstork, it uses the Valstork as the primary unit. No. I know he what, but like this is what I mean though, right? It doesn't actually use Kazuma, right? The ship counts as the turn. It doesn't use Kazuma as the primary one who takes the turn. Yeah. Good to know though. Well, I'm glad we tested it. We'll know for later. You sassed me for asking, but I always should. Also, welcome everyone. I see a number of you have decided to join me today. I'm glad you're all here. Hello. I hope you have a good time. We have Poem. It has repair and resupply. Cool. That makes sense to me. It's double large, so we can punch like heck. Also, the professor has a lot of skill. That's like a really high skill amount. Like anything over 200 at this level is pretty high. I kind of dig that. I love how like hyper specified she is. I would love to figure out some math, because like we could like super invest all of our skill points into her and get some really busted skill. If we could save some like skills that let us like the ones that check skill difference, we could like probably give them to her, and then we get like a really good effect out of them. I'm just here for good old GBA Super Awards, even though I've only played one. Well, I hate to break it to you, but the double screens say this might not be GBA anymore, but I'm with you. Thoughts on the Valguard? I will happily share those in a second. This game just tells you how much a unit is worth. Oh yeah, no, every game tells you that. Every game basically other than Y and maybe 30 tell you that. That's like pretty standard procedure for these games. Home is a good support? Yeah, it sure seems like it. I love that they also have shield defense. Like, do they have a shield? What does that mean? Yeah, it's from the DS. It's from the DS. It is by the same people that made a lot of the GBA stuff. So like, you're not far off. Y took a step down in interface from W. Yeah, no, isn't that like so maddening? Now do you know why I sometimes like get on such a tear about some of the things about Y? Like, how have we been doing this for like 77 games before Y, and then we just decided to remove it? It's so weird to me. Throw chunk. That's very funny. Sure. That's why I was thinking, yeah, no, like you were close, right? Like, no shade, no harm. Just want to make sure you know what's going on. Okay, and then our spirits are, the International Saga does not have Pretzels either. Oh, okay, sorry, none of VTX do? VTX 30? I swore T did. Maybe I was wrong. Let's throw junk with them. Throw junk. Yeah. No, 100% we're going to do that. Mercy Strike. I'm really glad she has Mercy. Okay, like, Mercy is such an underused spirit because it keeps getting put on people that need to level up. Put Mercy on your Jagans. If you've not played a Fire Emblem before, Jagans are like the characters that are like by default are better than they are supposed to in order to have like a good unit to like train up the rest of your team. Like, put Mercy on those characters, or like she's a support. Like, we don't need to level her up through damage. Like, we don't need her to kill stuff. Like, that's fine. Like, this is the character who should have Mercy. I kind of love this unit already. I'm pretty sure it's listed in these games since they have money loss if units shut down, so they have to list money gained. I mean, I don't think they have to. It is true that that is what happened. That is what is happening. If you do lose a unit, you then have to pay for those units. But, yeah. Sorry, hold on, I got distracted. Yeah. But I like those two things don't have to be connected. I think these games, the earlier games just care a lot more about this granularity, where the amount of money you gain gets so modified in Y, and like, why bother? Did you get enough money? No, we'll just go do one of the grinding scenarios. I think a lot more of that has to do with the fact that there are just like repeatable grinding scenarios, more than the you have to pay money if you lose units in this. Like, it's using information in the same location. Like, it's helpful to have that there, I think. But like, as all good game design should, it solves two problems with one answer. In Y, both Dynazena and Getter get it on one Sunpilot. They are both great Jagans. I guess that's... Are they? I don't know if that's true. I think the Dynazena and the Getter can be like Jagans, but you also just like deeply want to keep giving them levels upon levels upon levels. I think that's less true. I think Jagans just don't exist in Y nearly as much because the game just wants you to basically heavily invest into one or two characters at all, where a lot more of these games want you to like split up your team comp, but like, you're honestly probably just better in Y to pick one or two units and like only invest into them. Your units have a money value, so it would be waste not to use it. I mean, yeah. I think you probably sent that before I said the solve two problems at once. Like, I do think it's part of it. I'm not saying it's not part of it at all. Like, I don't think it's like entirely off base. But I think there is more to it than just that. Scan. I'm glad we have another Bless on the team. Or we have a Bless now because we don't have any more of them. Cheer, that probably is not going to get used because of the Bless. Excel, Alert, Gain. Yeah, this is pretty good. Well, 7, 8, and 9 Jagans are like this, and the 8 the easiest way to beat the game solo. I don't think that's true. I think you're gonna have a rough time if you just give it to if you just give everything to Seth. There's too many maps that you can't just have Seth handle everything. Yeah. I personally find Mercy useless in OG. It has at least niche use. Why are there niche uses in OG? I mean, I guess I did make it sound a little bit like I was losing my mind over it. Like, I don't think that's the only thing that's like making them good. I just like, if it's going to be useful, I think this is the scenario in which it is going to be useful. That said, I'm not going to use it right now. We are going to like intentionally get the kill with them. Throw junk. Mercy is for mapping your own units to utilize potential skills. Yeah. They have a bunch of reduced enemies to non-adapt objectives. Oh, okay, got it. That makes sense. That makes sense. Meanwhile, I called Domon a magic card. Yeah, kind of. At one point I wanted to make a video about Domon. I need to make a video still. I think Domon definitely requires more investment than the Dynazenon or the Getter. I would say that, like, I think comparing those three to each other is probably correct because of when you get access to them. I think that's, like, just fair. But I do think that Domon gets a little bit bad of a rap because of how easy the Dynazenon and the Getter are to level. But I think you get enough resources to make Domon also very good. You just need to be very particular about it. Oh wow, we're buffering again. Cool. Oh wow, they really threw junk. Yeah, no, they literally just picked the junk up from the front and threw it. My Domon is always level 4 base level in my LTC runs. Yeah, I mean, I do think maybe specifically in LTC, by comparison, it's probably never going to actually look that good. But if you use Domon in any way, it loses turns because you are not hitting 120 morale in 2 turns. Yeah, I guess, like, sure. Specifically in the context of LTCing, that is probably just true. Yeah, I am thinking, admittedly, in a slightly more casual context. Like, still doing expert, but yeah. The Battler seems to be a bit of a sleeper hit. I do think that's true, too. I do regret a little bit not using it. If we do go back to those games at some point, and we probably will, especially if we get another difficulty mode, that feels like a unit we can use. This is maybe a bit overkill, but that's, I think, kind of the point. I'll say I find G Gundam units not named Master Asia very underwhelming. Like, in Y or in general. The Battler is really good. That does not surprise me. Just, like, the nature of having multiple piles is always going to, like, kind of produce that effect. Oh, bummer. Okay. There's a bunch of ammo weapons to conserve energy. That is nice, yeah. Yeah, like, it doesn't need to... It's not pulling on one resource and doesn't always have to use its best attack. Which is energy-based, so... Yeah, okay, I'm with you. It has Spirit immediately, so it's not hungry for early morale. Oh, does it start with Spirit? Yeah, if it starts with Spirit, I accept that too. That's really fair. I like a Battler be extremely efficient for long-term fights, usually. I feel like I feel like there's like literally no fight in Y that's long-term, but I hear you. Let's see what the Mass Driver looks like, but I do want to just be throwing junk out of my trunk. In Y, I think the G Gundam cast, not Domon and Master Asia, is lacking. Okay, yes, in Y, yeah, I accept 100%. I mean, like, I think they're also lacking in R. I think they look heinous in R, too. But Rain in the Shining Gundam and Fun Psyche in R are good, but as support bots, but, like, not for combat units. But I wasn't sure if you were, like, thinking it, like, in general. I gotta say, oh, that's cool. I mean, like, that's what a mass... That's not actually what a mass driver is. It's more a kinetic. It's more kinetic ballistic. But I do think Neo makes Domon look so good. Neo makes Domon look so good. You do sort of get a stage in Neo that works like how the opening chapter for Y works, where you get the Bryger, you get the Getter, and you get the God Gundam all at the same time. And all of those are sort of your hard carries for the game. Like, pick one of those. 2 of them at most, and like if you invest in them, you'll be fine. It's quite durable when it can draw from a pool of 5 pilots. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like I'm the first person to say that like a unit probably is always going to be good at best. Sorry, good at worst when you have 5 pilots. Like 5 pilots automatically makes any unit at least good. It's just like it's hard to compete with that. The value of having multiple SP sources is so bonkers. Goma has Excel and Spirit at base level. Fascinating. Okay. I'll have to look at that. I definitely don't remember him having Spirit. I do remember him having Excel. Maybe it's not at base level. Maybe it's just like it's really hard to not, and just like I did something stupid while leveling that kept him from getting that. That's something I can like really easily follow up on. Getting surrounded by 7 enemies because I accidentally pushed the battler in the front. Yeah. That do happen a lot. The Boxer is a weird counter kit. The Kid is just worse duo. The Fencer is just underwhelming. The Russian is tanky but irrelevant. Rain is a repair unit with a funny custom bonus. Bad unit but funny. Yeah, right. Like I want her custom. Okay, well, we're gonna work backwards. I want her custom bonus in general, but not on her. It's a really cool custom bonus, but yeah, like it's much more of a meme for her being a repair bot. And I don't feel like she gets spirits enough early enough to make her be a good like spirit bot, where when she gets that utility, it's already to the point where MXP can do that for you. Tankiness in this game just barely matters because you can just have spirits do that for you instead. I don't remember why George is irrelevant. That's like unfortunate because like he matters so much. I feel like he matters a lot in R, but I also like invested in him heavily, so like I'm biased by that. A worse duo also sounds bad because I feel like duo does not do a lot in Y. I think countering is also really high value. I think that's like going to require some very specific investment, though. Okay, cool. I just wanted to test that with Kazuma to make sure our theory was right, that it wasn't just like that both halves actually consume, you know. Not sure if there are many mechs better than Combattler V. Might be around 4th best. Okay, so what? Dynazenon, Getter. What's 3? Does it count that you can just switch pilots? What do you... That you can switch pilots with who? Wait, yeah, hold on. Tricky, your last comment. In what context? Like, Wing Gundam is great, but anyone in it. Oh, got it. Okay, yeah. Can you switch them in that? I didn't use them at all. So doing the Wing Gundam, I didn't use them at all. So like, I have no context for any of that. But I guess I'm used to them not being able to switch because like it feels like so many games don't want to switch them that I just sort of took for granted that you can't because of how limited that game, like how often Y limits you on other events. Also, because I forgot to do this while we are here, let's talk Valguard. I think the Valguard is maybe one of both visually and mechanically the coolest units I've seen. I love its really squat design. Like, yeah, it's like weird squareular head. Reminds me of like a Star Wars droid. There's like one in particular that I can't think of the name of right now, but it has very like, there's a very particular brand of sci-fi like droid robot. It looks like. I'm also I'm not like, if you asked me, I would not have put this like out first, but I think I'm just a sucker for any of these like really long arm guard things. Because like I was gonna say this about the Goof Ignite that we looked at yesterday, that I really like the shields, and I like really loved whenever these shields were on the Code Geass unit. So like visually, I like that. But I just like I love the squat profile. I also like this very blocky style, this like blocky era of mech design. Though some of this is like dipping into the unit review we'll do later once we see like the rest of like the final part of the series. But like mechanically, I think it is so cool that we have what is a robot that is also a battleship. Like this feels like a non-battleship unit, but still functions like a battleship, is very, very good. Unfortunately, we only have 5 pilots now instead of 6. I was ecstatic when we had 6 pilots. I feel like we never get to see that. But like the double large is just so much free damage on top of a unit that already packs a like absolutely wallop. Like 4850 combo is like really, really rather potent. And we have like a wide variety of spirits too. I feel like our spirit pool is like deep enough because these units start with like separate, like these units start as separate for a bit. I would not have been surprised if we had a bit more overlap with spirits, and like I guess this is why I should have like known that we were going to get them together, is because there's not overlap with them really much at all. Hero himself isn't that great. Wing Gundam is good. Okay. By the way, does the following sound unhinged? In T, I think the optimal way to use the pro tag is choosing male and give me the female pro tag spirit list for Taunt. No, I mean, like, that's just, like, sometimes that's just how it happens. I'm down. He's so wide. Yeah. Actually, the pro tag of Y is also kind of a magic card. Yeah, I would agree. Wide guard would be a funny nickname. Yeah. Like, keep making Pokemon references instead. They got a lot better at the end of Chapter 2, getting a new weapon. Yeah, no. I think it takes a real bit of time for the Lunadrac to like actually do anything. He yearns for spoilers in his complaints. Yeah, I mean, I don't yearn for them. I just, you know. Also, was I complaining? I don't think I was complaining. The vowel wide, yeah. Okay, we need Excel. Yeah, we need Excel. We're gonna hit both of these. We in particular want to hit this one first, so that when we combo into this one needs less damage. We will Valor. Then I guess we'll just cure. And bless ourselves. I don't think there's anything else we need to do. We actively don't want to pierce. Oh no. Pierce doesn't matter. We're not chaining multiple attacks with support defense. That's from why not from this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we don't need an assail. This is already post. Let's rock. Thoughts on Raideen and why? As you know, we also did not use the Raideen at all. Because I've played so many older games on my own, I avoided using a lot of the units that I think of as classics to me. So the Combattler or the Raideen, where I've used those a lot before. So I do need to play through with them. I feel like Akira should be really good because of the free SP he gets. I feel like he should be very good. Being able to just rapid fire attunes feels very potent to me. This feels nice. The Valhawk's cockpit, just the place for me. Kazuma, I know it's been a long time. Think you can handle it? Yeah, it'll be no problem, hero. Not a day went by when I didn't think about you guys in the Valhawk. You complain about not having something you look at? Oh, okay. I figure we probably will. Raideen would be better if Unity looping was not a thing. That's fair. Yeah, but it could still be good early on to get you to that point, right? I think it can still be. I think it can still bridge the point to where it's free SP doesn't matter so much anymore. Ready weapon power is also huge. That is also true. Yeah, it's yeah, it's hard. It is hard for me to say, having not actually fully committed to using it though. But that's just yeah. I mean, those are immediate. Those are my immediate thoughts. I'm not trying to be dismissive. I just if I sound that way, apologies. Please keep sending if you have other thoughts. I just don't have. I can't pretend to have experience I don't have. Time to throw more junk? Absolutely. I would kind of be okay if the animation just changed what it was throwing every time. It would be pretty cool if we could pull out different objects that were references to other mechs. That every once in a while, a Radom head would show up in here. Or the part, the body of a old Sonder would be there. That would be really fun. Like, I feel like there's fighting game characters that are like that, where they just like, yeah, like they dump bits of other reference. And that's super unnecessary. They dump bits of other reference to the game, like in their decks. If you could not one turn every map in one turn because later his SP regen is crazy, good but irrelevant. Yeah. Yeah, but I think this in general is one of the problems with talking about tactics games, is that we only ever talk about them in the context of the end game or like the largest big deal completion, but like Akira is a very good unit if he can get you to that point of superpower very safely, even if he doesn't matter much in it, even if there are other units that matter a lot in it. If he can make it really clean to get you there, that still makes him very good. We just like need to be comfortable abandoning units partway through and still acknowledging that like the job they did to get you there is powerful. I would love different trash throws like Kirby statues. Oh yes, yeah, the Kirby statues are exactly it. The Kirby statues are exactly it, exactly that. It takes a while for maps to devolve into one-turn clears. Yeah, for why I would split the game into 3 parts. Sure, like pre-shop, shop, like, yeah, anyone who is good pre-C3 before the shop. Yeah. Anyone who is good before part 3. Yeah. And then just the rest of the game. Looks like that was the last of them. Yeah, welcome home, Kazuma. Glad to be back, me hero. I'm sorry for everything. Looks like we all made it, Junkman. Told you, didn't I? Luckiest son of a gun in the universe right here. What now, guy? Our mission turned into a major snafu, courtesy of the client. I'd wager they didn't expect the battle between Alliance and Zap to play out as quickly as it did. And when Heliopolis was destroyed, they panicked and scrambled troops to kill us all. Seems we all just got a big target painted on our backs. Apparently so. But I'll tell you what, that mech I lent you, the blue frame, why don't you keep the goggles? Are you sure about this? You did us a solid today, and my grandpa always said to repay my debts, so just chalk it up to a spaceman's honor and all that jazz. You say so. I gladly accept it. Am I telling me your name? Guy Murakumo of the Serpent's Tail. Vimelo Ghoul Quell? Gel? Queely? I get the feel we're going to be seeing each other again. I agree, though it might be opposite sides. We'll worry about that if and when it happens. And Kite, I guess it's goodbye. See you around. Yeah, thanks for everything, folks. Godspeed, Kite. Now, Kazuhana, you don't have to stand on formality with him. Kite might be going back to his old family, but we're all still comrades. Thank you too, Kazuhana. Kite, that's the first I've ever seen you smile. Yeah, I suppose it is. I'll see you around, Kazuhana. Despite the fact that he is smiling at his pictures. And was it you who was crashing out about the sprites here when like Sakaya is like all beaming when she's like, Koji's dead, no, and she's like bright with a smile, right? Like the picture for old Kazuma is just always smiling. What are you talking about, Kazuhana? Yes, we will, and you better be nice to me, hero, okay? Mission complete. We're leaving. Thanks, Serpent's Tail. I really hope we'll meet again. Also, part 3 in one turn, clear the map where everything is irrelevant. Yeah. Again, maybe I'm jaded by how much I think Unity looping sucks. I mean, no, that's fair. Like, no, it's 100% fair. Like, yeah, sorry, I don't mean to pick on you in particular. I think this happens with a lot of people about a lot of games, not just with you and why. It was just like you gave me a good example to talk about, so I figured I was gonna take it. Also considering when you can even do Unity loop, probably around chapter 4 or 5. Yeah, right, that's what I was thinking, right? Like, before the shop to Unity looping, and then wherever you can get Unity looping started. Yeah, I think it depends on how much you have to, like, I think Echika is still probably the first person you can get to, and even then she can't do it immediately. But speaking of abandoning units, in 30, I made Bethus a god because that game lets you grind resources so easily. That's very funny, though. The Bethus killing things is a very funny concept. Then again, I played on hard, and hard makes Unity looping possible in chapter 3. Oh boy! Okay, that I do also understand your disdain for it, too, because, like, that's so early. That's so much of the game. Then after that, I couldn't let go for the mech because it was so funny. Yeah, I mean, that's hilarious. Welcome back. Oh, yeah, Grant. So can I call you Grant, or would you like Grant Foss for the whole of it? Would you like the whole of it? Like, whatever it is, I want to call you by the name you want to be called by, but, like, Grant feels the most natural. I would think Methus would be better on Super Expert. I guess it's about 30, so I will have no idea. Hey guys, I'm back. Kazuma, you got a lot of nerve strength back in here like this. Do you got any idea how worried Chihome, Akane, and Mihiro were? Sorry, I can't even begin to apologize. He said, beginning by apologizing. Where have you been these 6 months? Were you with those mercs all along? Not just. I was also working as a courier, a bodyguard, even hung out with some pirates for a bit. I spent these past months running from the past. Kazuma. But I realized that would never bring me peace. I'd never be able to move on. Point is, I'm really sorry. Please give me another chance. I'm a trailer and I want to live as one again. Guess you're for real. Okay, 1 punch and we'll call it even. Now grit those teeth. Why is there so much violence? Why do we need to abuse all of these people, specifically Kazuma? Grant? Okay, great, can do. The game gets easier on Super Expert than on Hard Mode. What a weird sentence. I believe you. Is it just because of how easy it is to grind that, like, once you get over the hump of grinding one character and you put it on, like, once you buff up one unit, it's just really easy to clear stuff? Also, howdy everybody, there's so many people here. Welcome, I'm so glad you're all here with me today on this Sunday. Methus was crazy in 30 since you get extra arms, which gives you the weapon more power. Oh, okay, yeah. No, this is what I was talking about with Y. We saw extra arms in Y also. I was like, I feel like this should be good. So it doesn't, it just like actually works relevantly in 30. That's cool. Super Expert puts enemies at 20 extra levels, but that means you also get, yeah, no. Okay, I follow. Yeah, so like once you hit the hump of being able to kill stuff, you just like power level the bejesus out of anything, I'd say. That's very funny, though. Methus was doing more damage than my damage units, even more than the Huckabin. Maybe, this is like the first time I've like heard people say like really positive things about 30. I think part of this is slightly a complaint, but it sounds very funny. Maybe I do gotta play 30 off screen. Okay. Sorry, Lo, but that one was mine to give. That kind of hurts, sis. That was for our father. Nice one, sis. That was a loud slap. Oh, of course, she had to slap him instead of punch him because she's a girl. How lame. Chihobe's scary when she's angry. Where's Llama in here to help me complain about this when I need her? How many years has it been since she's hit me? Oh, I wouldn't concern yourself with that. Ugh. That one was for the Valstorg family. Moving along, here's one for me and your sister, plus another for Gurren, who isn't here, and one for Carrot, since he can't reach you up there. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, this is hard to watch. But this ain't over yet. Here's one from me. Hey, that was a legit punch. I suppose mine would be that lecture, but there's still Mihiro. Excuse me, Horace? Mihiro, Kazuma, you huge idiot. I was so worried. Ah, sorry, Mihiro. Welcome home, sweetie. Excuse me. Welcome home, Kazuma. You've been such a strong man. You've become such a strong man. No, I'm still just a kite. Ah, there's a call from Liam? Sorry to interrupt, but we just found the life pod while looking for the parts of the red frame. Someone missed the colony's lifeboats, huh? Good thing you found it. Copy that, Liam. We'll go pick it up. I imagine the home's hangar is already filled with junk, yes? Very much so. Home out. Come on, Kizato. We gotta grab that life pod. Whoever's in there could be injured. Akane, Mihiro, with me. You got it. The bridge is yours, Horace. Is it one of the Tekka men? Is it one of the Tekka men? I mean, there is a concept of putting your frustration in one punch to make it even. Just release the grudge, more of a macho thing. I mean, yes, it is like certainly very macho, but like I tend to be displeased with that kind of macho behavior. 30 is a very broken game for better or worse. That's like always what I've heard. I've only ever heard it for worse. What machine has the W in it? The WoW Stork. Oh, to be fair, I don't think that highly of 30. Too easy to abuse, and so many broken things to add to it. I mean, sure, but you've at least made the broken thing seem like a fun gimmick for a little while, you know? Yeah, no, like, just, the mech genre is excellent. 30 is probably where power creep is at its all-time high. I mean, yeah, based on what you said you could do, like, max damage with, I believe it. And based on what you've just described, I believe it. And what about me? What about you? Do you even need to ask? You're cooking dinner tonight, and it better be good to make up for your little sabbatical. You heard the lady, Kazuma. We'll be expecting some tasty stuff. And make mine with lots of mayo. That's how it's gonna be, huh? Figures. So much for your heroic return, eh? It's fine. And Horace, thanks for that talking to. I needed a wake-up call. Don't mention it. I joined the trailers out of admiration for Captain Bless, so I expect great things from you, Kazuma. For me? Yeah, you're the heir to his pride, after all. And if you feel like you owe me anything, be the man I know you can be. Yeah, I swear to you that I'll even surpass that someday. I suggest you start by surpassing him as a cook then. Barring the days Shihomi was manning the kitchen, all our recent meals have been god-awful. Talk about a tough job you gave me. You guys ready? I'm opening the life pod. Oh, yeah. I think this is going to be a Tekka Man, probably. If it's not Blade, it might be Miyuki. But I feel like we said Miyuki was a secret. So, probably going to be Blade, also to match the, like, time skip. Yeah, to match the time skip where he, like, has to show back up. And, like, he does show up to Earth in the original series. At the beginning of the series in a life pod, so, yeah. Go ahead, Flo. Where? Oh, okay, never mind. Okay. It's just the regular Gundam scene plot, never mind. You're aboard the Valstorm, a trailer ship. I'm Shihomi Artigan, the captain. I'm Flay Ulster. I'm a student from Heliopolis. Are you the only one in there? Yes, I got separated from my friends during the attack, so I ran for a pod. Are there no other survivors from Heliopolis? Don't worry, Miss Fly. Plenty of people managed to escape aboard the lifeboats. You're a pretty lucky girl, you know. Your pod's got no propulsion, so you could have died if we didn't find you. You couldn't die if we didn't find it when we did. But thank you so much. You should take some time to rest. Mihiro, can you take her to one of the guest rooms? Okay, this way, please. Not that I'm saying you just should punch people. I mean, yeah, no. At our 151, recommendation, just walk out and just deck someone to solve your problems. Live. What are we gonna do, Shihomi? We gotta take that girl somewhere. The question is where. Liam, do you know where the Heliopolis lifeboats were headed? If I had to guess, I'd say Artemis. The Eurasian Federation Space Fortress, huh? We haven't had reports of a major scuffle around that area. All right, we'll take her there. I'll ask Course instead of Course to Artemis. Mind if we come with? I always wanted to visit the place. The Artemis umbrella has caught your interest, Halo? Yep, I heard too much about the thing to not want to check it out. That's just fine. We'll depart as soon as you're done gathering junk. But before that, it's dinner time. We better call the professor for this. Asma better be a full-on chef after those months away, or I swear to God. At least Flay is tolerable in this game. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. I was sort of expecting we were going to see some, like... I was expecting we were going to see a slight bit more, like, reintegration of all the story elements. Like, we are largely staying in Gundam. Like, we did, like, obviously we got the Evoluta, but we didn't even, like, get to keep the boss for a long time. Yeah. Because she gets called out and sees the error of her ways. Well, that's good. That's, like, sort of what I'm expecting out of our alpha playthrough with Shinji. And just, like, the whole of the EVA cast right now. Like, that's like what crossover or, like, this, like, sort of fan fiction reimagining should be, I think. Like, why would you not do that? I guess everything is forced to play it. Oh, that's really fascinating. That's really fascinating. Beginning is very Gundam centric. I mean, I'm fine with that. I was like trying to expect crossover, and I guess not. Okay, so because we had already invested points into the favorite bonuses, they get to stay. So theoretically, what you should do is you should deeply invest into those 3 units, or those units that get your favorite bonuses present, and then cast them off. That's cool. I love Tekka Man Blade, and I've seen it all. Well, that's heckin' wonderful. I'm so glad you say that, Grant, because we have a book club, and I haven't done I haven't done the reading yet, the watch yet for this week. But we are watching that series right now in 6 episodes at a time. So, what? This week is going to be 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. You can head over to my Patreon. No pays for, obviously. Well, not obviously, but you don't have to pay for it at all. It's just going to be listed on there. You can see my notes for the episodes we've watched. And I'll be posting my notes tonight for episodes 37 to 42 if you'd like to join us. Which 3 did you pick? Our 3 favorites now. Yes, it was... Tekka Man would be highly recommended as one of the 3, which is yes, yeah. No, we picked Tekka Man, we picked Seed Astray, and Full Metal Panic in order to get, like, for the bonus unit, that the like little bear bonus unit. Good night, NR. Welcome. Or welcome. Goodbye. Thank you for joining me. Glad to see you. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I see, so no OG. Yeah, I figured because we'd used them a lot before. I like maybe will regret that, but that is originally what I had was OG, Tekkaman, and Seed Stray. But a couple people in chat wanted to see the Arbalists and the Fump bonus unit some more. So I figured I would take the part that people were more interested in seeing for the you know, better watch value of it and all. I guess we could probably start upgrading the Stray Red. I'm surprised that this has such low mobility. I feel like it's a Gundam, so it should probably have mobility to it. But I guess because by default it just has a lot, so I don't want to give you a lot of upgrade points to it, maybe. I think picking OG is probably extremely common. I do think that's true, too. Yeah, I think that's the other thing, too, is that, like, maybe we get to show off some other stuff. Like, we use the OG units pretty early on. We use the OG units a lot pretty early on in our playthrough. So, yeah. Yeah, you know what? Let's do this. Like, it's a Gundam unit. That's probably going to matter. Energy feels like it's not going to matter very much. Let's put, like, a point into weapons. Sure. We'll do a little bit of everything. We're going to use them all, so. I wonder who the least favorite is so far. Nadeshiko, maybe? Like, in this game in general, or, like, for me? Because, like, for me, I dislike the Nadeshiko in R, so, like, I'm less incentivized to use them here. But I do know that people really do like Nadeshiko units at some point, so. Sounds like an upgrade is due for the Astray frames. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. At 100% it's going to. There's no way it's going to stay those. They're definitely going to get the melee and the gun versions. They get a small 1.2 modifier, which is so small. Oh, that's also that is really heinously small. Yeah, like I could see why you would never want to pick those here. The Protect isn't even playable for a long time. Oh, do you not? I mean, that makes sense though, right? Like that feels like what I know about Prince of Darkness. That feels like that makes sense to me. I think let's just add Apogee motors for here. You're going to take a hypersensor. I guess a hypersensor and a mega booster are literally the same thing, just divided between parts differently. That's fine. You're going to get a booster and one defense part. Let's give you a super alloy, and then the Val Stork will take also a booster and a super alloy. I think that's fine. I mean, like, it's for sure probably not perfect, but. Okay. Oh, we have a lot of skill parts. I'm going to save the SP decrease for somebody else until we find someone else we care about. We're gonna give low. The red Astray is melee. For sure it's melee. We're gonna give you 3 in fighting. We'll save the gunfighting for Guy, I think. Oh yeah, and we'll save the ignore size for when we get Miyuki. And I don't know how much we care about the break will limit immediately. I'm gonna go sell the BP though. We'll save it for next chapter, but we can sell that because I like care about the BP so little. That said, I did forget to invest the BP here, so that's whatever. That's fine. You've been through a lot, haven't you, Captain Ramius? We all saw that tragedy that befell Heliopolis. Thank you for allowing the Archangel to dock at Artemis, General Garcia. It was no problem. We also have brought in the life pods, the lifeboats that fled Heliopolis. We'll be transporting the civilians to orb in short order. You and your crew must be exhausted, yes. Please take some time to rest. We appreciate it, General, but we have reason to believe Zaft is currently in pursuit. Fret not. Artemis's defenses are impregnable. You are now as safe as your mother. You are as safe as in your mother's bosom. That's a weird way to describe that. If you say so, then we'll take you up on your offer. Make yourselves at home. While this facility may belong to the Eurasian Federation, we are all part of the same Earth Alliance. Now, regarding this prototype I heard about, the strike, yes, I would very much like to see it in its pilot. August 29th, 100 ASC, ship's log. My first log entry in 6 months. Mind you, it's not like I've done anything productive since, but I like to think it all helped me grow, so I'll be sure to value that semester. If anything, I think I now have a better grasp of what Dad said about the treasure memories. So, with that in mind, I'm back to recording it all in this log. Mr. Kazuma, dinner's ready. Flight, I apologize that we asked you to help with our trailer work until we reached Artemis. Oh, it's no problem. This is the least I could offer you to save after you saved me. Oh, relax. That was a weird tone. Relax. I can see what this classy lady like you isn't quite used to these type of chores. Still, I think you'll look back on it as a fine learning experience. Thank you very much, Mr. Kazuma. Hey, we're about the same age. Just Kazuma will do. Now, shall we go have dinner? Okay. I see. A lot has happened over these 6 months. Yeah, Verter was disbanded, so everyone went back to doing their own stuff. Mamoru and Galleon set off into deep space to try and help people in need. The Go Lion team left with them since they were going back to planet Altea. So, Verter really did have alien mechs? Yo, that's sick. That's just your kind of story, huh, Lo? Well, duh. Man came to space looking for the unknown. We always gotta remember that. So the lion has returned to the void whence it came. And on the topic of Verter, what happened to Akito and Captain Misamaru? Did he finally propose to her? Why the silence? Don't tell me they broke up. No, the two of them did get married, even over Admiral Misamaru's objections. But there was an accident during their honeymoon, and the two of them didn't survive. They're gone? I don't know what to say. Perhaps the goddess of fate was jealous of their happiness. Hold it, Akane. I know, but he really is not making this easy. Dying on the happiest time of their lives, huh? Damn. Akito, that freaking sucks. Oh, right. You two met each other before, right? Yeah, at the moon. We didn't talk much, but I could already tell that he really loved Yurika. And that happened right after they got married. Sadly, they weren't the only ones we lost. Inez also passed away in another accident soon after. Even Inez, the inveterate exposition lady? Hold on a second. What is this word? I think Garcia is projecting a little. You don't say. Having a particular habit, activity, or interest that is long established and unlikely to change. Neat. I've never heard that word before, and I'm an English major. Okay, sure. Her beauty's likely provoking daily upheavals in heaven. Stop, Kazuma. Don't take after Horus that much. I'd even wager the Cupids were at a loss for words. Keep it together, Akane. With its captain deceased and the Tedesco inoperable due to sublimation, most of the crew either joined the Alliance or left to find new lives for themselves. And finally, D-Boy went missing during that battle 6 months ago. Miyuki also lost her life during that fight. Yet the Radam are still here. Yes, and I heard Aki's team is researching ways to defeat them instead. That battle set a lot of stones in motion, I say. You guys have all been through a lot, huh? Yeah. Not that you'd have known anything about it living in Heliopolis. Easy, Cammy. Flay's not to blame for that. I apologize, Flay. She didn't bear you any ill will when she said that. I know, but I admit it did take us all by surprise. Like, we knew there was a war, but to see our daily lives torn apart so fast. Cheer up, Flay. It's just war. I'm sure your friends made it out okay. Thanks, Mihiro. I do not blame her. Annie wouldn't be like this if we were suddenly thrust into war. I just hope the trauma doesn't lead her down a bad path. Thanks, Kazuma. Good job. By the way, Fly, I believe I've heard your surname. Alistair before. Can I ask who your father is? He's George Alistair, Vice Minister of the Atlantic Federation. So that's it. I apologize for the question. The name just piqued my interest. The Vice Minister's daughter. I thought you looked high class, but not this much. And word on the grapevine is that he's personally coming over to look into the Heliopolis attack. That he is? That's the official story, but what are the odds he's just searching for Flay? That sounds like him. Yeah, bet he would always do anything for me. He must love you very much. I'm sure he'll be overjoyed to find you alive. That's wonderful news, Flay. It really is. Thank you so much, all of you. We should bring you to Artemis on the double then. Looking at Gurren's intel, it seems the Alliance ship from Heliopolis has docked there. Sounds good. Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna help myself to mayo grilled chicken. Ugh. Sure, dig right in. We also got some mayonnaise au gratin, plus mayo roasted potatoes. It's all mayonnaise. Is this the usual trailer diet? Only if it's mayonnaise on pizza. The best Japanese delicacy. Gross. So, that's why the Professor and Liam volunteered to watch him. They knew. Well, care to explain what this is all about? I'm Major Ruri Hoshino, captain of the Nadeshiko B, assigned to the Alliance's 4th Fleet. You told me that when you were coming into the dock. I'm asking you why you were here. I believe I explained that already, but very well. We've received reports that several Eurasian facilities have been attacked recently. Who? You mean that so-called ghost? Yes, and the Alliance has deemed this a serious enough issue to warrant an inquiry. The Nadeshiko B has been tasked with inspecting the sector. The offshoot of the Lizard War's famous ship, captained by the genetically engineered prodigy. What is Command thinking in trusting that ship to what's essentially a coordinator? You're entitled to your opinion, but I still have a mission to fulfill. I request access to Artemis's data records, Commander Garcia. No, if you must know, we're already taking steps to deal with that ghost robot. Besides, your inquiry committee's ploy is very transparent. You're here to spy on our military for the Atlantic Federation, aren't you? Hardly. The Alliance's inner power struggles aren't my concern. Fine, I'll throw you a bone. You're free to walk around the base. I won't give you our data, but you're welcome to inspect us with your own eyes. What's the matter, Electron Fairy? Is it too hard to use your legs instead of a computer? I appreciate your cooperation. I'll begin my investigation straight away. These Atlantic worms thought they'd catch me off guard sending a Girl Scout. But sir, don't you think that showing off hostility will rouse suspicion? Don't worry about her, I have a plan. If needs be, she and the Nadeshiko can always fall victim to some tragic accident. But the Motherland needs the prototype in its ship to get a leg up on the Alliance Federation. If anyone ever uses the word Motherland, that always sounds gross. I'm always suspicious. Does it kind of suck that Gundam Seed Fave bonus is split in two? Yeah, it is a bit butts. I don't know what units get put in like what categories. I have a rough estimate, but I think also it would probably just be too good given how many Gundam units that there are to just put them under one category. Like, you probably get way too many units favorited because of that, but I don't know. Having not played it before, I have no idea. I mean, mayonnaise is essentially mixed oil. I'm sure it ain't too bad. I don't like it. I don't like the egginess of it. I had way too much mayo flavored stuff or like mayo themed things while I lived there that it was not pleasant. Seed and Seed Astray, you only get one side of the bonus unless you pick both, but they could just make the boost smaller. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I understand what you're saying. I just I don't know, but I don't know which units are falling into the Seed or the Seed Astray category. Right? Like, obviously I have a best estimate, but I don't know like which units A are being included. Like, obviously the Astrays we've seen are in the Astray side, right? Not sure whether Nash gets a 1.2 modifier, but Seed gets a 1.3 or a 1.4. Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is my first time playing the game. I know literally none of the units or any of the parameters in them. I know I could look them up, but like for the purposes of streaming, I'm not going to because I want the surprise. But yeah, like I am the most curious by the imbalance of those percentage modifiers. I figured it was going to be the same for everybody. That was going to be like a 1.2 or a 1.3 for everyone. And then I saw people that had like a 1.4 or 1.5, I think even. And that was like what does this do? Does that count as an interface spoiler? No, it's okay. No, it's fine, Tricky, don't worry. I just don't have a good answer for you. I mean, I saw them when I looked at it, right? I did look at that and see that. I just don't know. Modifies your funds in the XP gain. Oh yeah, no. I know what the percentage does. I know what the percentage does for me. I don't know I know mechanically what that does in general, but I don't know quote unquote what that does for the unit. Did they drop those percentages because every unit in that group has some form of fortune or gain on them already? are we going to get those units later so they've already scaled up in terms of EXP? Like, I don't know what that means for the context of the group in particular, right? I don't know how it applies to the units that are in that group. I do get the mechanic itself. The motherland needs the prototype and its ships to get a leg up on the Atlantic Federation. Plus, we can't let our ties to the group be known. It'd ruin the Eurasian Federation. Yes, sir. With their power, the prototype plus that boy we picked up the other day, our dream of taking over the Alliance might just be possible. Might just be a possibility. Oh, taking over the Alliance might just be possibility. I think that's a typo. I think it's one of the few typos I've caught in this English. Also, the switch between the Atlantic and the Eurasian Federation is very like 1984 Big Brother coded to me. It's very silly. We cannot afford any mistakes. Understood. And if Major Hoshino decided to take a look at dock number 12 or 13, kill her and have our guests do it if it comes to that. If that's what hold on. If that's what they do for a living, I suppose. Also, sir, that ship with the refugees is already on approach. How nice of all these prizes to just fall into my lap. Losing the Whispered got me stuck here in the boonies, but it seems like my luck is turning around. And you will help me regain my status. The captain's running late. I know we should have gone with her. Worried about your dear Captain Huri, Harry? What are you implying, Lieutenant Takasugi? I'm part of the Nadeshiko's crew, so of course I want to help in any way I can. Trust me, I know. Every night I hear you confess your love to her for her in your sleep. Saborauta? Do you actually go into my room while I'm sleeping? Nah, I just keep messing with you. And hey, keep your eyes on those monitors. And there I was, thinking Jovian soldiers were brave, straight-laced guys. Stuff happens, you know how it is. Now, back to work. You stayed behind because the captain had something for you to do, right? Everything's going fine on that front. I've already cleared up Sector 1101. Yeah, nice. You really are a pro little hacker, ain't you? I wouldn't say that. Still, this needs to happen. The creepy commander's clearly hiding something from us. Can't you tell by the ambient music? And you gotta find out what it is. Can't have our captain playing the fool for nothing. Now what's this? What do you think, Harry? What do you think, Harry? There's someone else breaking into Artemis's mainframe, and there's this message. Otika. Come again? Who could ever guess what that means? But yeah, no, I for sure am with you that it does feel really weird to like chop those things up, especially when like thinking about Go Lion. There's one Go Lion unit. You get to pick one of these bonuses and you get one unit. That feels so weird. It would be nice if you could balance it out by like picking Go Lion and then picking the entire like seed franchise to like balance out a larger unit pool, right? I mean, I'm sure it probably gets more units. It probably gets a higher percentage because of the unit amount too. Like it probably factors in some amount. Are there a lot of Nadeshiko units? I feel like there's not gonna be that many, especially compared to like Seed. Yeah. The Junk Guild and the trailer ships are entering into our airspace. That's a big welcoming party. The Crimson groups are own Stern Kugals. I heard the Eurasians decided to ditch the Ice Devalises for these of their mainline units. Things don't seem to be going well for Nurgle nowadays, and there hasn't been any word from their attention-phobic CEO. Still, I'm willing to bet they have a counterplay cooking in secret. All right, let's take her in. Thank you for bringing me here, Kazuma. No thanks are needed. Any spaceman worth his salt would help someone in need. I hope you'll find your friends and your father on Artemis. So do I. Be safe, Flay. Make good on your new lease on life, Flay. See you around. Thank you too, Junk Guild. We're here to take in the civilian. Out here in space? I know she's got a spacesuit on, but isn't this a bit extreme? Hurry up, we're short on time. Well, okay. Goodbye, Flay. Thank you. I'll never forget any of you. And that's mission complete. Sorry, Lo. Looks like you won't be seeing that Artemis umbrella. I guess I should have expected it. No reason to pop the thing when there's no enemies around. Activate all light wave barriers. Howdy, Cam. It'd be good. I'm glad to see you. How are you doing? Well, they popped the thing. The hostage has been rescued. Move in and arrest the filthy space pirates. Space pirates? I don't know what's going on, but it looks like we've been set up. They're getting ready to attack us. What's your take on this, Lau? Well, I want to book it now, but that ain't gonna fly with all these goons after us. What'll it be then? There are two ways about it. We'll fight and wait till we can make a run for it. I agree, Kazuma. Do just enough damage to secure our escape. Roger that. But I'll still make them answer for carrying us as space pirates. They'll be ruining the day when they were born by the time I'm finished. Cool. Okay. Great. Howdy, Melu. Welcome. Haven't seen you in a bit. Glad to see you back. It's a whole rotating cast of characters. I think almost everybody's shown up today. I think Imaginary was here earlier too. We've just not seen Yankee. Oh, also, hold on. So, wait. I feel like I saw... Oh, yeah, Multiverse Django, but not Multiverse Django Fett. Is there a second multiverse? I showed up much better than days prior. Good, I am so glad to hear it. I've genuinely been so worried about you. Every time that you've not showed up on stream, obviously you have no obligations to, but every time I've not seen you here regularly, I'm like, is he dying in bed? Is he okay? Yeah, no, like, the community is, like, hunkin' massive now. Like, there's people here all of the time. We have, like, a whole squad, and I'm so happy. It's wonderful. I'm glad to hear you're better. Hopefully it sticks this time more for you. How do we want to do this? I think because Lo is largely underinvested, we're gonna put him on the terrain compared to like our Vals. Yeah, we can go here. That said, I wonder what our combined requirements are. Can we combine immediately? Oh, we can combine now. Okay, cool. I do have a gaping in my heart, though, because I recently finished Edge Runner. I was really worried for a second this was going to be like a serious medical concern. Is Edge Runner really good? I know people really like it. I mean, I'm guessing based on how you're describing it, like you did in fact enjoy it a lot. I do gotta get around to it at some point. It seems like it should be great. So we're gonna weirdly move back, combine, because Kazuma doesn't take up the turn. Oh, but that Excel didn't count. That Excel didn't count because it wasn't on Kazuma. Yeah. Interesting. That's fine. Punch. Oh, right. We do lose a ton of mobility this way, though. We make up for it from being just like a giant beefcake of a robot. He's so wide. Go, Kazuma, I say, initiating the attack. Edge Runner's so good. I'm starting Cyberpunk and bottom of my menu, so I can play the song from the anime. It has a custom-made menu screen. That's so fun. You do really like your like modded custom music into things. It like sets the vibe and tone really well, though. So I get it. I'm with you. Yeah, I was probably playing Skyrim again right when Cyberpunk came out, so I was just sort of like, whatever about it. And then I like heard it was so bad on release that I was like, yeah, that's fine. I'll ignore this. I know it's definitely better now. I know it's definitely different now. Then we focus here, move Kazuma down. He can handle Kazuma, move Low down. He can handle these three. I do insist that they look very similar to each other. Yeah, and then we'll just bring in the home as close as possible. We have discovered the greatness that is throw junk from home. It's very funny. We'll accuracy that. They even have a focus. Why do they have a focus? I mean, I feel like it makes sense for that character too. He seems like a very focused person, but it's just funny for a battleship to have it like this. Oh, they do not have a lot of armor though. Okay. Maybe we switch the other armor part out, or the other booster for an armor part. That's fine. That's what the Vulcans are for. It's perfect for anime and a cyberpunk dystopia. 10 episodes so quick. Watch literally did yesterday. I did not realize it was that short. Okay, that's good to know. I am admittedly behind on my. I'm behind on book club. I gotta watch that tonight once stream's over. But maybe I can watch cyberpunk like that. Oh my word! I forgot. I'm so. Anar misses everything because he has to leave so early to go to bed. I'll make sure I tell him next time we see him. But one of the reasons why I'm a little behind, I couldn't have done it earlier, is I have great news, everyone. I have a new computer. We're not streaming this on the new computer yet. I own it. I don't have it yet. I have to go pick it up. Someone's got to go pick it up in person. But it's pretty darn nice. I did not realize how bad the 50XX series of graphics cards is. So it took me a hot minute to find someone that even just like had a 40XX anything. I ended up getting a 4070 because I could literally there's no 4080s or 4090s that are available anywhere, but I have a really nice computer coming. I'm very excited. So then the one we're streaming on right now will just turn into doing renders, which means I can get a lot more work done. Because I can be rendering while I'm doing other things. It'll be really nice. I'm so happy. It's got an amazing dub. That's really good to hear. I've genuinely only really seen it in English, so that does not surprise me. How am I finding the Stray Crew so far? I am very pleased with them. I'm loving everything that's happening. Personality-wise, they're very good. I mean, it's largely following Gundam. So far, I would like to see them interact. I would like to see them interact more with the rest of the wider world. But mechanically, we'll talk about them more specifically when we get to each unit individually. Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm so happy that everything's finally coming together. We're finally on the upspin of all of these detriments. We're finally on the good news portion of them. I appreciate it. Yamada, look, there's a battle outside. Oh, he looks different. You know, my name's Guy Daigoji. Get it in your head already. We're not having this talk now. Yes, we are, Ryoko. Call him by the name he wants. Check how that mech's moving. That's gotta be Kazuma. Whoa, he's alive? I've got no clue what this is about. He'd never go space pirate, I don't think. What's going on outside? The Alliance is squaring off with someone, but judging from their comm chatter, it doesn't sound like Zaft. Whoever it is, this is just the chance we needed. The chance to, what, escape? Listen, we're prisoners in all but name, and the ship's docked down at Dock 12. It's pretty dang clear Garcia's looking to nab the strike in the Arcane Mill. But how can we escape? Patience, Captain. It'll be total chaos when the enemy's attack starts hitting Artemis. But the base is surrounded by its barriers, Lieutenant Blanca. That red MS and the trailer forces aren't bad at all. I'll be one step closer from returning to the motherland if I can capture those. But sir, we risk suffering not insignificant losses trying to do that. Should I deploy the anti-ghost crew plan sickle? Second Lieutenant Subaru Squadron, eh? No, we've no reason to rely on that tomboy. Send him out. An eye for an eye, as they say. The blue frame? Guy, is that you? Kite. Excuse me, Kazuma. And Lo Guel. Commander, it sounds like they know each other. Don't worry about it. The Serpent's tail won't turn on us. Not while his teammate is our guest of honor. Sorry, Guy. Sure didn't think we'd be bumping into each other so soon. And looking at those guns, I'd reckon you're not here to give us a warm welcome, huh? It's all up to you, Junkman. Yeah, how so? Put down your weapons and surrender your units. I saw that one coming. The Artemis Jarheads hired you, didn't they? What happened, Guy? This isn't the sort of mission you'd take. I have my reasons. And you've been warned. Let's begin. You know the crap I went through to get my baby. I ain't just handing it over. No, wait, you shouldn't fight him. But we got it. He's not playing around. Mission start. Yeah, that's fine. Another guy? Yeah, we got 3 of them. Yeah, it's Guy Shishio from the Gagagar. Guy, actually, I don't know what this guy's name is. Guy from Cetus Grey Blue, and Guy Daigoji. If we had Neo versus Shin, we could have Guy Daido also. And then the random Naruto crossover, and Mike Guy shows up. I'm not one for Western RPGs. I didn't expect Skyrim or Oblivion. I didn't experience Skyrim or Oblivion, but Cyberpunk was my interest now because of the anime and setting alone. Also, the DLC was amazing. I did hear a lot of good things about the DLC. That is true. Um, I would say also in general, I am not big on Western RPGs. Like, I did not play Baldur's Gate 3 when all the rest of my friends were. I did not like Skyrim at first. I only liked Skyrim after I modded the bejesus out of it, but not in the, like, quirky, so random kind of way. There were just some, like, really big quality of life mods that were necessary, I felt like. I really liked the Legacy of the Dragonborn Museum mod. That helped me enjoy it a lot. But I also, like, as someone who's in general not their thing, I do get the avoidance of them. I believe I mentioned this already, but obviously Guy surviving here is purely original content. Fan's personal favorite favorite iteration of Guy living. Yes, I do remember you saying that. Yeah, because like for sure at this point, I do know for sure that he is not in the Prince of. I knew he was not in the Prince of Darkness movie. I just figured he was going to live in the anime a little bit longer. Howdy Llama, welcome. And now, as the full cast has been here, I think we've seen everybody. What a wonderful day it's been. Man, it's so good. It's so good. I'm glad we're all here. I'm glad it's all happening. I needed you earlier while we were complaining about some of these characters being misogynistic. I needed you to help me I need you to help complain with me. Yeah, it's fine. We can heal them. It'll work out. Oh, this is the first time we also get to see the bluest frame. The Astray blue frame with guns. Yeah, no, it wasn't Kurz yet. We haven't seen him. He's still not back yet. It was Horus. You're so big, you have regulars? Yeah, I mean, like, we've got multiple regulars. I mean, I say this all the time. Like, for as small of a channel as I am, y'all show up. The amount of frequency that I have with, like, chatters is so wild. Like, as much as you've told me that I put out content that is not reflective of the size channel I am, y'all watch that is not reflective of the size audience that you are, and I am here for it. Our backs are on par now. It ain't gotta be this easy today, Goggles. Anyone can see that he's a much better pilot. You're going to die. Shush, you will take him out the Junkman way. Sorry, didn't catch the name. Who needs a boot in the butt? Horus. He's the man on board the Valstork. He's the masculine member of the Artigun family that isn't Kazuma. Thank you. I appreciate that you immediately jumped to it, though. I appreciate you so much for it. Nearly 80 subs, and you stream like 3 times a week. That's pretty. Yeah, I try. I mean, like, you know I do. Like, you've been here for a while. You know I do, obviously. Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with A, that I'm like not feeding the machine, but B, we just like haven't. I've done nothing that has like hit the algorithm in exactly the way that it wants to be hit to get a lot of attention. But like the consistency of growth is very hopeful. Like we've not even hit the 1 year anniversary yet. I think I'm willing to commit that we are going to hit 100 before the 1 year anniversary mark. I think that's quite possible. If not, fine. If we do, incredible. Don't they? Oh, yeah. They have repair, but they can't heal themselves. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like there were better ways of flirting with feeding. I feel like there are better ways of flirting than feeding people with malapropers for fun. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't understand why there's just like, it feels like so often the way particularly anime likes to conceive of flirting and how like it's actually really just like unhealthy and abusive. I don't get it. It is gross sometimes. I understand why people have a resistance to it. I think a lot of media has a lot of problems. I do think you have to take the bad with the good, but it is very frustrating watching it happen so regularly. Harry, try hacking into Artemis again. Captain, you're safe. quickly. And while you're at it, search using Akito as a keyword. Akito. Oh, that's Otika spelled backwards. Why, speaking of commonalities, why the heck does Japan love putting things backwards and being like, what does it mean? What does it mean? So often. Got a match. Artemis has a Doc 13 that's not in any of the Alliance records. And there's another file containing Akito. This data is a list of A-class jumpers. Records of anyone who can potentially control boson jumps. What's that doing on the Eurasian facility? What are you doing? This is the famous leader of the Serpent Tails. What a joke. Damn. They've got us beat both number and skill. They really don't. I think we're going to be okay. It took us being enemies for me to realize just how incredible you are, guy. Oh dear. I don't think a natural like Lo has any chance against that mercenary. We're not helping Liam. Isn't there anything we can do to turn this around? They're going to be killed. Maybe. Or maybe not. Huh? As he always says, he's the luckiest son of a gun in the universe. Lo isn't your average natural. His idiocy is such that it lets him challenge coordinators. I say, what we can do is believe in him. Lo, what now, sis? We can't keep fighting this up forever. We just need the opportunity to get on the offensive. Detecting unknown unit entering the area. Is it another enemy? What kind of mech is that? It's fast. Aye. It's also exactly like I said, without the lagging and screen drops, you quickly get peeps around. That's true. No, you did call that for sure. Yeah, no, we have so many regulars. I started trying to count them out for my IRL friends, and I just oh yeah, and oh yeah, and oh yeah, and like the number kept going. What could it possibly mean? You do have to concede that Alucard is still... Oh, for sure. Alucard is excellent. I also put it to you that Alucard is not first Japanese, but no, Alucard is killer. I love that man. Akito's another one where people like his Prince of Darkness version. This game, I think the only competition is like T. I do remember you saying that at first, because we had talked about whether we were going to use Nadeshiko or not. When I was I bagged on them so hard in R. I ragged on them so hard in R. And you were like, don't worry, that's maybe the only game where it's true that they are not high quality. It's the ghost that's been attacking our facilities, but all the speed in the world won't help him against our umbrella. Oh, what? This is a great use of the umbrella in relationship to a non-Gundam series. We teleported right through the umbrella. I believe it boson jumped. A unit that tiny can jump with such pinpoint precision. Now that's something. And that ghost robot sure doesn't look like anything space pirates would have. Ugh, he destroyed the barrier generator. Just who is he? There's our chance. The garrison troops have deployed and the umbrella's down. All hands to the Archangel. We're leaving. You got stones. I'll give you that, Ghost. Guess the travel here isn't a waste of time. Okay. After him. Don't let him escape. That voice. Ryoko? I figured it was you, Kazuma. Still breathing, eh? Kazuma, you've no idea the joy and sorrow that grips me. I know the trails aren't well off, but how could you turn pirate? Oh, the humanity. Settle down, guy. They're the ones who started this fire. We're just defending ourselves. Hey, that's the Gin from before. I see you made your escape during the confusion, Elijah. I'm so sorry you had to obey that worm because of me. Ah, I see. The Eurasians took Elijah hostage, so you had to dance to their tune. Then what now? I can't believe that commander would go so low. We fly all the way here to help, and the guy in charge is a real bad egg? Ain't that a hoot? Save it for later, Ryoko. We've got it coming. It's Saft. Check it out. Artemis has lost his umbrella. Seems Lady Luck's on our side. The luggage ship's hiding in there, so find it and sink it. Copy that. Seems Atheron's hogging all the bad wine. He's missing out big time after getting recalled to the plants. Zaft's moving to attack Artemis, Kazuma. That's not good at all. Only Heliopolis refugees should still be there. Dresser, we have a duty as spacemen to defend Artemis from Zaft. Understood. I don't particularly mind a bit of humanitarian work. Sorry, Cosmo, but we need you and Red over there to help out. Fine by me. Spaceman's honor and all that jazz. And Guy, what's up? Your name's Yamada. You're gonna help out, right? Are you hiring me? I see what happened. Okay. Yeah, I mean, obviously Glow was, I just like clockwork guy he was saying. That was a fun little gag. That was cute. Okay, there was another one. Oh yeah. Oh, you brag about us to real life people? Oh, absolutely, for sure. I think you're all excellent. I mean, like, I can't stop talking about this. All of my like real life people. I also hate that term as if like y'all also aren't experiencing real life choosing to watch this. But like the people that I like see in person, like wanted me to do this and I could stop talking to them about it too. But like I talk about this all the time. Guy, and guy. Yeah, no, it's very funny. Also, how the 10 people? I don't think we've ever had 10 people here before. Welcome everybody. I'm so glad you're all here. I'm normally loath to check out a thing that is also universally acclaimed, like Edgerunner or Arcane, but so far I've not been let down. Yeah, every once in a while people get it right. I felt that same way about K-pop Demon Hunters. I was like, oh man, this is like just Netflix hype, but no, it's good. K-pop Demon Hunters is genuinely so good. I feel like it has that same energy, so like yeah, I'll go watch Edgerunner for sure. Like obviously very different audiences, right? Very different audiences. But I think it still follows the same rule. Dude, you want to talk shop now? Huberg's got to learn to lighten up. Fine, I do have a debt to repay the base command. I do have a debt to repay the base commander anyway. And considering this is my apology for attacking you, we're even now. Ha, a tag team of junkmen, trailers, mercs, and soldiers. Not a bad vibe. Oh baby, the blazing red and the cool blue are joining forces. I can't control the inferno in my soul anymore. How it screams! Same old guy. Guess we're fighting together again, Guy Murakumo. Good to fly with you. Come on, Zaft. If you won't spare even civilians, then you'll answer to me first. Cool. I gotta figure out how to like make bug noises to like pronounce it for you, Melu. Yeah, no, today's very good. My hipster mode kicks in too much sometimes. No, I'm with you, Gundam. I for sure am guilty of it too. Just a free run left, who my friend really wants me to watch, but I really feel like I know what kind of story it is, so I don't know if I want to make. Oh my word, Cam. I think you'll love free run. Free run's very good. I love free run so much. I hope you do too. I understand if you don't. I think you should. I think it's well worth your time. I got too much mech to watch. Tell you to watch more 2000 shows. I mean, that's fair. Like my list is ever growing. I watch one thing and I'm like, oh, that makes me want to watch 6 more things. I'm there with you. Okay, we need to get you out of the front lines now. Okay, I have to ask, do we have feelings on Arcane? Lol, I know you mentioned being no, I'm not a League player. I've never played League before. I played Smite. Smite is one of the only 2 MOBA I've played. The other one was whatever the people who make Fortnite made before that. No, I loathe League. So I've not watched Arcane. It also came out right at a time where someone I was friends with who really, really liked League was just like absolutely miserable to talk to. So like I'm definitely also partially biased by that. I guess we don't need to scan them yet. Spirit, Valor, Straying. Okay. I don't remember like what spirits all we had on them. Oh, do you have a Rouse too? Cool. Okay. Let's look at what the supers look like now. Or not the supers, this is the custom. My total to watch play list is like around 180 things long. Yeah, Llama, I'm with you. My manga list is 400. I have I've got a Steam catalog of like 400 games, and I also have like I've got a lot of stuff saved on hard drives. The lists just keep growing. It's so honking massive. Smite players unite. Oh yeah, I think we talked about this before. Who did you play in Smite? I don't remember. Did you say you mostly played just like one class and then you just like you didn't give me a specific one? I think we talked about before. I don't remember. And then the 70s shows are blind spot. Yeah. No, I think you were talking about Gundam. I think you were saying that you were gonna like start 70s shows, and I gave you the warning of like you just have to go in knowing what to expect out of them because they're definitely on time. What's miserable, Tricky? You would love Arcane. Just watch season 1 and nothing else. Season 1 of Arcane is easily my top 5 ender. Okay, I accept that recommendation. Split switch frame. Okay, I mean that makes sense, right? Yeah. We can like equip different gear later. Okay, what else did we gain through this? We had all these before, so we are just getting the 500mm recoilless rifle. which is just a regular rifle, but like that's decent stats. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're trading off a little bit of damage comparatively, for like a little bit less ammo than it would normally have. Oh, miserable to talk with someone. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, no. He was just like bitter and cruel, and like his things were always right, and if you didn't like the thing that he liked, you didn't like anything that was worthwhile. And the thing that he liked was always a masterpiece. He was just like, he was the quintessential, like, I dislike the stereotype that people who play MOBAs are, like, unfun to be around. But, like, you know the MOBA players that are really unpleasant to be around. He just was that incarnate. And it was just, like, really apparent once an anime for it had come out. I don't know why in particular. Sarnunos and Sol were my mains. I very much fell into solo lane. Oh yeah, solo lane. I think solo lane was the part. That's really funny that we've not like this has like not come to mind because I played the absolute bejesus out of both Cern and Sol. Sol was the first character that I had played because she was free. She showed up free for a minute for whatever that week was, and I was like, oh, she's really hard. I'll start with that one, not realizing how hard MOBAs were. Commander Garcia, the Archangel crew is boarding their ship. Ugh, it's bad enough we lost the mercs. Now they're also trying to escape. You're one of Sai's friends, right? Flay Ulster? What are you doing here? Hurry it up, kid. If you know her from Heliopolis, bring her on board. He's right. Come on, Flay. Okay. Is that Heliopolis' secret battleship? I believe it's called Archangel. Archangel, huh? Well, it is a very pretty ship. Flying speed ahead. Shake off Zaf's troops and get us onto this sector. Okay, bye. They left. Garcia also captured them. I suppose they had no reason to help us out. The Alliance imprisoned their own ship. Sounds like things are much more complicated than expected. What do we do? Do we go after them? The Vesalius is too far away. We'll never catch up to them. That thin-legged ship just left their people hanging and ran off to save their own hides. But fine, we can still destroy Artemis. Show the world the might of Zaft. What about us, Captain? The Nadeshko will stand by. Maintain red alert status. If that list means that I think it does, this battle is just getting started. But what about Zaft? Chill, Harry. I'll handle this mob lickety-split. Tabarauta. I'll show you what this brave and straight-laced ex-Jovian soldier can do. Hey, guy in the super race Tavalis, ID yourself. Let's just say I'm a mysterious champion of justice. Oh, someone pinched me. It's just like Gekiganger episode 28. Gekiganger, eh? Sorry to tell you, but that's way out of style now. What? Kazuma, that guy. Yeah, I'm sure I heard that voice somewhere before. Save it for later. We need to get these guys off the captain's hair so she can work. Incredible. Yeah, no, Lama, he sucks. He sucks pretty bad. That's why I stopped. That's why I haven't talked to him. He's unfun. I've not played League. I did, however, play the Yordle-focused mini-mech board game spin-off Mechs vs. Minions. I had a friend who kickstarted it, and we never got the copy of it, so I've not played it, but I did want to play Mechs vs. Minions. Do you have thoughts about it? I play a ton of board games. I also really love board games, so, like, hit me up anytime if you've got board game thoughts, too. Smite is, like, the only team game where I didn't play support. In Everywhere Games, W, Rivals, Paladins, all healers and support. That's fair. Yeah. I'm sorry you had to endure the average MOBA player. I do not blame people for having preconceptions about those kinds of players. Yeah, like it's so wildly toxic. It's like hard for it not to stick with you. Thank you for your condolences. My 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that's so annoying. Like positioning wise. Yeah, no, it could be an awful lot worse, but okay, what are we looking at here? The guided missile launcher, we don't have a lot of ammo for it, and it's not going to do that much damage. I mean, like, they are Gens, so they're going to do a whole lot, but I'm thinking we move Guy up to one of these two. I think we can take the asteroids, then, like, here, 4, 5, 6. We have this entire triangle. I think I'm down with that. We also don't need a focus, seeing as, you know, these are awful. If we can dodge the machine... No, okay, I mean, they're probably not going to heavy sword. They'll probably stay in place. So if we can dodge the machine guns, we're good. Is that what they are attacking with? No, they're attacking with the recoilless rifle. So that's a 10% difference. I guess we have enough. We can just use it. It's fine. Yeah, the focus is maybe a little overkill, but that's okay. It's a cute little game. Most of the mechanic depth comes from the fact that you were literally programming the mechs with action cards and damage screws things up. That's fun. I like that idea. I really like the birds from the board game Root because they had that same sort of like programming feel where you had to like make commands and you had to find like you had to give yourself positions to be able to fulfill them. And if you mix that up, you like lost all of the programming you'd been doing. That sounds low-key sick. Yeah, no, if you've not played a lot of modern board games have so many cool ideas to them now. Yeah, that feels so hung and cool. Okay, I think we're just gonna get close in order to like combo this section here. Right, we can go here. That seems fine to me. Yeah, and like they've already been invested in enough that I don't think they needed to do power. Right, we don't kill the second one because they take less damage from the light chain, but that's okay. We could also get low in here, maybe. Like we could chain the beam rifle over here. That's probably lethal. And I guess because we did invest into him, he just like doesn't need to worry about dodging now. I need more mech turn-based or SRPGs. Every time I look into it, I only ever found tabletops, which, you know, require other people. That's fair. Yeah, I'll see if I can think of any. I feel like there's got to. Oh, actually, I mean, like this is still Gundam. This is like still Gundam. But have you played MS Saga? If anyone in chat wants a Gundam themed RPG that is more like a Final Fantasy or a Dragon Quest, I mean not more like it is just one of those. Also, I don't know why I just used that strike. I was not paying attention because I'm too busy excited talking about MS Saga. If you've not played it and you want a Gundam themed like standard JRPG like Final Fantasy, please go find MS Saga. Don't spend your money buying it. It's so stupidly expensive. Like, go use some extra diegetic means of acquiring it. But your equipment is the like parts of the mech that you have. Like you change the head out as the piece of armor you are wearing. Like, and like it's using all of the conventional parts from Gundam that you know. The story is, I think, very good. It's not like the best story in the world, but it's pretty high quality. I like a lot of the characters. But like the customization screen is so good. It's the puzzles from like the suitcase of Resident Evil, but it's also just like actually fun rather than obnoxious. I'm interested in playing MS Saga and New Dawn at some point. If my words mean anything to you and you have it any amount on your list and you're like, should I play it or not? I am definitely pro voting that be the next thing. If you're like ever deciding between it and something else, I think it's worth your time. I also should have moved Ryoko first for the commandos. I forgot to do this one. Starfights is my current hope for new Mech Tactics RPG. This game. There's even HD texture mods for the game. Oh, sick. Okay. If you do play it, let me know what you think. I will always gladly take more mech stuff. The 70s robot I wanted to watch was Gaikin, apparently in a magazine described with male and female pilots, to quote the magazine. A robot that has both the strength of a man and the kindness of a woman on the surface, with the violence of a man and the cruelty of a woman on the inside. I mean, that's still like aggressively very gender, but I hear it. I do want to watch Gaikin at some point too. I do appreciate that they like theoretically try to split the difference, like they try to add some mutuality to it, but that still is like, gracious, that is very gender, that's very 70s heteronormative gender coded, my word. Women are kind, men are strong. Sorry, I'm like tilting. I was like trying to figure out a joke for it, but I couldn't. I'm just too bothered. I love Kazuma's new model. Now that he's like the boy aged like 6 years in 6 months time. Is Gaiku the one I'm thinking of? Let me look at the design for it. That's the like. You only see the two of them in the like pilot together, in the suit together, right? Yeah. It's this boy. It's this lad. This is admittedly not immediately the one I was thinking of. There's a different one. Is it Groiser that I'm thinking of maybe that has the like couple in it together too? But this design is very cool. It's like clearly very toy based. Like this is like the most toy coded possible. Right, and they have the like two different, like they have the two different ones they ride that then turn into its weapons. Yeah, that is true. It's very not bulky. You would expect this to be a lot chunkier for being a 70s mech, but it's still like these blue stripes and like these yellow like honey dauber stripes and like that color blue in particular is like super 70s. Look, I feel like the guy might get more to do, but apparently was marketed that both the pilot of the robot get equal billing. But it's made by Toei, so I'm not going with high expectations. That's fair. Yeah. You've done so much good reconnaissance work for me recently, Gundam. If you do get around to watching it, I would love to know. Because I feel like so often shows try to propose equal billing to their female protagonists, but like they don't know how to do that, and it just ends up being still very like ineffectual. God, blue and yellow do not mix. I mean, but like, I think very purposefully though, right? Like those colors are very clashing, and like the show is trying to propose itself as assembling multiple different, what at the time were theoretically disparate ideas together into one unit. So I feel like the clash, is like very intentional, trying to say something about the fact that it's like trying to unify. The robot is trying to save gender. They don't know how to write women, shake my head. I mean, you could probably make a subreddit of men writing women, but just make it anime. Man, I love the men writing women subreddit. It's so funny. It's so bad. Like, you have to, it's like the kind of you have to laugh, otherwise you'd cry kind of thing. But there's some like really funny examples. If you want a good chuckle, go on the Men Writing Women subreddit. I think the mech looks like that because it was probably done by Tokusatsu mech designer. Sure, I buy it a little bit Tokusatsu. I mean, like, we got some more Toku fans in the chat. Toku fans, weigh in. Does that feel very Toku? Also, I'm sorry. We also just did exact C's damage, I'm pretty sure. Did Guy, hold on, we can... Let me see that live in chat. We're gonna pause for a second. I think Guy just did 4,700 points of damage exactly to that hit. That's wild. Sorry, I'm please pause while this is still loading for me. No, there's the enemy attack. We dodged that one. I guess I can like queue through that quick. I guess I can put this attack on while we're waiting for it. That was foolish of me. I could do two things at once. Because like we show overkill damage all the time. We've definitely shown damage that's higher. Yeah, no, Guy did exactly 4,700 points of damage. That's wild. Which is stupid because even when they can, they just wait. Even then, they can just write them as men, as effectively accomplishing the same thing. Oh man, the number of times that women are just like, we need to write a character. How do we write it? Man, but put boob on, is so high. It's so common. I refuse to go to that subreddit. It will be rage baited. I can feel it. I don't know. I think a lot of it knows what's up. There's some like really bad. It's usually really bad examples. Sometimes I kind of think it's not about the gender, but more about how people write characters as a whole. I mean, like, for sure, it is, I think the reason why it is there, I think the reason why the conversation is there is because of the commonality. But like, yeah, like, gender is not singular in its expression anyway. So like, Bello, you are 100% correct. Actually, the one design made by the Turkey designer that I'm pretty sure you've seen is a Psycho Gundam from Zeta, because if you look at the Sentai mechs at the time, it's very similar. Oh, yeah, I buy that. Yeah. Even the way it, like, yeah, like the fortress form of it does feel very reminiscent of a lot of the, like, before the, like, mechs unfolded. Yeah, I buy that 100%. That makes sense to me. I can never trust subreddits like those. I suppose I understand the caution, but I find it funny. Looks like we were still supposed to use a focus. That's fine. All right, let's see what Durga's unit looks like. Hey, they kind of look like the Red Frame. Those are likely the Alliance units, the one from Heliopolis. So they're Red cousins, eh? So they're Red's cousins, eh? Yes, staff's also down with reusing Nick goodies, just like us Junkmen. As a trans woman, I think gender is a joke that way too many people don't understand. Yeah, I mean, correct. Hard agree. Yeah, I mean, like, we, like, everything is so cis-het coded that it's really hard to, like, break free from the idea that, like, most forms of masculinity, most forms of femininity are all, like the, like, quintessential binary genders are also expressed so many different ways. Yeah. Do we even bother trying to land this attack against the Blitz Gundam? I think let's try. Naturals, coordinators, that distinction never mattered to me. If you treat life like trash, I'll be there to give you your due, whoever you might be. I don't envy writers, because when you write a girl, especially post like 2016, you either will get called sexist or your character or girl boss. Discourse around all that is getting, so I usually just go out of it. I mean, yeah, like, in the same way we've always said, like, a lot of internet discourse is just, like, heinously difficult to like, have people be nuanced about. In the end, all the media always falls under the same tropes, after all. I mean, yeah, right, like, we do like leaning into the same things, especially now where, like, easy consumption is the name of the game, so, like, unsubscribe. What anime is Ryoko from? Ryoko is from Nadeshiko, specifically the Prince of Darkness. Actually, Psycho Gundam is my boy. Come on, Bandai, make that master grade Psycho Gundam. Psycho Gundam, famously piloted by a woman, is my boy. But I'm with you. Psycho Gundam is really cool. Oh yeah, the tropes also exist for a reason, for sure. Like, I think tropes do have, like, such a, like, they feel like such a curse word anymore in the same way gimmick does. But, like, they are no different. They are, like, they are the same as a lot of, like, stock phrases or, like, stock characters. And, like, that's how a lot of the media we like now got its, like, starting point. Like, a lot of those things originated from, like, a lot of stock character designs in, like, older theater. So, like, for sure. Especially tropes that are effective for a reason. Yeah. The Psycho Gundam, my favorite folding suitcase. I didn't realize this thing was called Gleep here. That's very funny. Tropes is just as ruined as subverting expectations. Yeah, 100%. I love that these things have 4-part slots. I imagine we're gonna get these at some point. I hope they keep the 4 parts. I mean, I'm sure they're gonna have the same amount of HP, but actually, what is our objective? Good on everything? Okay, cool. Maybe we ignore Nickel for a bit, and we just take down Ezek and Diarca because they're next to each other and we can combo them. Have you seen how blocky he is? I just love the Psycho. Yeah. Now the Mark II, I don't like as much because it's purple and not black. I think it's cooler with less weapons. I feel like the Psycho Gundam Mark II is, like, slightly over-engineered. I'm with you. I do like the like laser array that it can put out, and it looks a little bit more like Shogun-y, if you catch what I mean. I do think it's cool, but I do like a lot of Gundam designs because of the like low-key design to them. So yeah, no, I do always sort of pop off the first time I get to see the Psycho Gundam every time I'm playing it, like anytime I play a Gundam only game. Do we ever get to use a Psycho Gundam in Super Robot Wars? I feel like we wouldn't get to. A Psycho Gundam Mark II, whose faceplate really just makes my brain happy, the same way the Ultron design from Earth's Mightiest Heroes does. Yeah, like the Shogun, but like also like sort of very pointed, almost like. Ooh, secret time, by the way. Wait, about the Psycho Gundam or in this mission? Wait, surely about the Psycho Gundam, because like I'm pretty sure Control Room Guy, I'm pretty sure you told me that we didn't have secrets for a bit in this portion, right? Oh, now that, okay, we couldn't look at it on our own units, but now that's on the enemy. Oh no, that's not true. No. We should look at what phase shift does to see what happens. Shoot down Nickel this mission. Okay, sure, can do. I'm worried what that means though, because it says the objective is to shoot everyone down. I guess he could retreat. Poor Dearka. It should have been Yvonne? Who's Yvonne? This is why I'm saying I should like not say I've watched the Gundam recently. Psycho Gundam, we do eventually get our hands on once Spellware. Okay, cool. The Valguard, Rob. He does look a little bit like Rob. No, you're right. The robot head I was trying to think of earlier was 100% Rob's. You're right. Oh, you did mean your Izak. You did mean your Izak. Yeah. Okay, I'm with you. Okay, that's fine. We still have some Valors. We can save a Valor for the cross proton Punisher on Nickel. We can beam Saber here. Do we want to save that though? Ha. Okay, so here's my thought. I can't decide if I want to know the answer to this. Here's my thought. Low has a very good shot at taking out Diarca and like chunking Izak this turn. So we can Valor and Strike with Low and then give him a blessing from home. And that will probably take out Diarca if we chip Diarca with one other person. He was doing about like 5-6k with that before on Gins. They have 1100 armor and 133 defense. Diarca has 1400 armor and 151 defense. Yeah, so right, like if we can chip him down a good chunk, like we could like bring Miguel in. Miguel? What? We could bring Elijah in. I like started reading the word model and tried to combine it with Elijah. Got Miguel. Right, like we can do this. I think I'm fine with that. Also, we will never get another guy who fails upward successfully as Jared Mesa. Yeah. Yeah, no, I love Zeta Gundam so much. I think of the three, I probably like Zeta Gundam the most out of 0079, Zeta Gundam, Double Zeta. I've been getting into Gundam designs lately since I finished the original, and I don't know why, but every time I see Zeon mobile suits, they always make me laugh. They look so silly. I mean, yeah, they're definitely very goofy looking, but I think that's for sure part of the charm. I heckin' love Gundam designs. This reminds me, we gotta try and make time. We gotta try really hard to make time for like design talks today and just like in general. We've like not done it in so long. Are these Crusettes men? We're up against the absolute best of Saft. I'll look up the perfect Zaku from Johnny Ryan. Yes, yeah, absolutely. Please, absolutely look up the perfect Zaku. Not to worry, but not to worry you, but you're on a timer. Okay. Returns after. Okay. Cool. That is helpful. I was worried, like, because, like, for sure, these stages could also very easily be like, when you kill one of them, the other two retreat. Maybe that's like too much R talking. But I could very easily see, like, if we like off the arc, that the other two are going to be like, we got to pull back now. They're too strong. Okay, DM, I do that. Less. And here. And Valor. And Strike. And we're gonna save, we're not gonna use another Spear, we're gonna save that for another Valor if we need to in the future. Beam Saber, go! I love Double Zeta a lot now. Younger me was very against the show because of Bicha and Mondo, and nowadays it's only Bicha I dislike of the kids. I think we've like generally talked about how slapsticky it is. I don't mind that. Like I'm with you. I don't dislike any of them. I do think Double Zeta has a very good place in like the kind of story it's trying to tell. I think it just needs to be in the context of like the rest of them too. But like I'm with you. I do think Double Zeta's pretty good. Nice. I screwed the pooch. Gotta go back for now. Cool. Zeta's still my golden boy. Yeah. In my opinion, this secret isn't really worth it, but it's money and stuff, plus feeling obligated to mention all secrets. No, I appreciate it, Cam. No, thank you. I'd rather you tell me even if it were unimportant, so I can like make my own informed decisions about it. So, good call. Okay, where's Ryoko? Here, yeah, that one. I just get what all their heads look like. So have Sabu attack here with the bonus from Ryoko. I think that's fine. He'll be stranded a bit, but it's only going to be to Nickel and to Izak. And I doubt Izak's going to go over. He's probably going to stay with these three. And like we're absolutely clearing these now. I want to have you over first to let Guy grab some extra accuracy. I will die a Double Zeta hater as a Zeta lover. I get it. I accept. Big Sam being just a pair of giant chicken legs always put a smile on my mouth. I do love Big Sam, the American version of Big Sam. Big Uncle Sam. I promise I'm not making fun of you. The typo is just hilarious. Especially considering how, like, America coded a lot of stuff happening in Gundam is. But no, I love the Big Sam design. Like, it is absolutely so goofy looking. But I think that specifically in contrast with how intimidating it actually is so, like, striking and wonderful. Let's have a Strike. And you know what? Let's have a Valor. If we get close, how bad's our accurate? Or how bad's our dodge? Not the worst, actually. Sure, let's burn everything. We're not going to be here that much longer anyway. Like, do this. Then if we have to block, we have 2 turns if we can block. That should be fine. I see you repurpose the Alliance's prototypes. And if our machines are evenly matched, it all comes down to the pilots. Engaging. I wouldn't have a Zeta 2.0 model kit and an MK2 type colors if my love wasn't massive for it. That's fair. No, that's totally fair. This is like one of the other reasons I gotta get social media somehow, so I can like post pictures of all my models. I'm reading the Zeta Define manga, but I should watch the show at some point. I'll trade you. I gotta read the Zeta Define manga at some point. IMO Zeta is such a perfect sequel when Double Zeta is just a tonal whiplash. And is it worth it for when it gets good? Its peaks are still below 79 to me. I think if you're trying to compare it directly to that feel, then like, yeah, 100%. I think specifically the tonality of it, I will never fight you that there is tonal whiplash. And I think that's why I value it. But it is totally very, very different. Honestly, the manga universe for Zeta slaps. Most UC manga stuff does. Can't go wrong. Yeah, the like amount, most of the Gundam manga that I have touched has not been UC, but the parts that I have been very good. Considering your love of the female cast and protagonist, have you read Echo du Ciel, Cam? I have a couple copies of it, but I never got to read it because I could never find the first or second volumes. I always, like, I have volumes like 3 through 8 or something, but I could never find the first 2, and that was like long before I knew how to like look things up online, where like I had to get my manga from like a bookstore or conventions. I need more Xeon suits like the Queen Mansa. I have a Phaz. Yeah, I like the Queen. I like the Queen Mantha a lot too. Queen Mantha, Queen Mansa. I feel like I've seen like no consistent translation for that. But yeah, no, I love those big chunky. It has very like bug kind of design to it too. But I guess it has those shoulder things. I guess I really like those shoulder things. I don't think about it, but I guess I do. Does your fully armored, like, is it also a Zeta Gundam that just also has accessories to make it the fully armored? Because I really like when kits do that. What's with that blue mech? No natural control moves like that. Do you read me, Isaac? Sound the retreat. Yeah, no. I'm not faulting you for this. I think you gave me the warning after I like committed too much to the turn. But unfortunate. Commander Crusette, I don't know you were back in the front. An emergency's come up. Plus, we friendlies about to strike the Artemis. Retreat. Understood. All troops retreat. We're leaving this sector. They backed off. And don't come back unless you want another kick in the butt. But something about the retreat didn't look quite right. They've got a call right before taking off. And from what we caught, it looks like something big happened on Kazaf's side. Blast. I lost the Archangel and even the Artemis umbrella. I suppose that's the end. Captain, Artemis dock number 13 is opening. Here it comes. Is that the Nadeshko? It's the OG Nadeshko. That can't be it. The ship was totaled fighting the new machine species. I believe it's a replica. There's another Nadeshko, but that one's quite a bit different. It's been ages, everyone. This is the Nadeshko B, heir to the original Nadeshko. Brewery, that really you? Yes, and Oe Kane is also here. He was transferred to the Nadeshko B. Well, why did you launch the replica? I never approved any of that. Commander Garcia, you've just become unnecessary. Oh boy, you betrayed me? Vile creature. It's fiends like you who are rotting Earth from within. Then a fake Nadeshko's blasted Artemis. And the ship may be fake, but I'm afraid that's the real Y unit it's equipped with. It could be that the replica was made precisely as an engine to carry the Y unit around. Wait, but we sunk that thing right into Jupiter's oceans. That's not the problem here. If that's the real Y unit, inside it would be... It's the Ghost again. He got away from us all the... he got away from all the Lion's sickle units. It's that red mech we saw when we fought the Jovians at Mars. You're late, Avenger. So much time has passed, yet you remain a novice. Who are you people? Answer me. We're the enemies of the Earth, of the Jovian Federation, of all who spread corruption across space. We are the Martian successors. Martian successors? Do you read me? Pilot of the Black Unit, I have a question. Who are you? Are you... nothing to talk about. Hear our proclamation, ye who long for peace. We're picking up a transmission from that white ship. Who's that guy? Vice Admiral Haruki Kusakabe, the former leader of the Jovian Federation, which means the successors are what's left of his posse. We now embark upon a new battle with the future of humanity at stake. Behold the righteous power that'll grant us victory. Is that the relic of the ancient solar civilization, object of desire of both Earth and the Jovians. The boson jumps black box, the calculation unit. Look, the unit's opening up. Captain Misamaru, he's been integrated into the unit. That's nuts! What's she doing in there? Then she and Akito didn't die on that accident. These guys took them? Give the captain back right the hell now, you freaks! Don't do anything stupid, Ryoko. Death take you! Ugh! Subaru! The universal spiral stretches across the night sky. A Hisago vine reaches the very heavens. Will you perish before your woman's eyes? The foe, Nadeshko, is retreating. Damn it! You will not pursue them. Now you must face us. Stand back low. These guys are dangerous. No can do, Kazuma. As they say, As they say, in for a penny, in for a pound. I got your back. What about us, Guy? We still owe them a bid. Carry on assisting the Junk Guild. Looks like another Nurgle ship. I don't think they're hostiles. Lapis, provide support. I take it this boat's on the ghost side? Jovian successors, whatever you are, you're gonna damn pay for what you did. I don't give a crap about the future of Earth right now. I just want to bash your teeth in. Then Desh will engage as well, but do not attack the black robot or its ally. Let's go. Okay, cool. Hold on, we gotta catch up with chat now. It's specifically the Phaz from the Sentinel Gundam. Oh, cool. Okay. I have Zaku 2, FC, and Hamon's Cubile. I love the Cubile so much. I have the Cubile on a shirt that like makes your arms the Cubile wings. It's so good. I still need more Gundam with female leads or cast. G-Witch, Giga let me down with G-Cux is fine enough. I guess I should be happy. Gundam usually have many prominently good female side characters or female secondary characters. Yeah, I do think, like, obviously it's not the best that we still have to be like, it would be nice if we could get more than just men in the spotlight, but Gundam does usually have a really high quality, like, multi-gendered cast. Still largely normative, but yeah. There's despair memory written in Toshiki Inoue, but that manga's written feels like an edgy kid that I can't believe Inoue wrote it, and I like his stuff like Kamen Rider Fez. It's on my list. I've seen much worse. Yeah. Loki, you want to try buying a model kit someday? You absolutely should. Just please, if you live in a space, that has a Hobby Lobby is going to make it seem really good to buy models because they're really cheap. Please don't buy from them. Hobby Lobby is like an evil company. But otherwise, absolutely get yourself some models. If you feel intimidated by them at all, don't even worry about it. They are. It's very easy to put them together. It's definitely manageable. You can get a lot of pretty cheap ones too if you're not really picky about the first one you build just as like a practice one. There are some like pretty cheap, easy to build ones too. There used to be a really good website called Gundam Store and More. They've closed down. If there's like a good like tertiary or secondary answer to it now, that might be a resource for us all to figure out. Bad thing, I live in the godforsaken country of Venezuela. Oh, interesting. Okay. How accessible is that? Not only do I love just how incredible my team is, but y'all also come from literally all over the place, and I think it's so cool. Is it Hobby Lobby or Home Depot that targets a bunch of native artifacts? That's Hobby Lobby. That's what I was talking about. They went to Iraq, killed a bunch of people, stole a bunch of artifacts, and then sold them. The owner is like a rather unscrupulous man. Some people find them very relaxing. I have very many calls where friends are just building. Yeah, no, for sure, 100%. Like, if my friends will have a like everyone hang out and do some art together, and I'm usually building those while that's happening. Or like we watch a movie and I'll like start putting it together. Oh yeah, there's all those beginner kits. That's true. Yeah, there's like specifically like kits for like the first time you've like modeled before. Yeah, no, I have such a varied audience. I've like y'all cover all over the place. I think it's so incredible. Impossible unless my dad, who lives in the USA, finds a way to buy it for me. Yeah. Well, hopefully he does. I'll see if I can find like a good online store that we can like all recommend. I've definitely purchased them online. I for sure purchased them online before from someone, for one of my friends before. So yeah, there's got to be a good resource we can all use. But yeah, I guess I'm glad your country is safe from Hobby Lobby. If you'd ever like to share some bug facts with us about how like translating or receiving this media is for you in Venezuela, I would be fascinated. And there's done a good job of sort of like cataloging lightly how bad Austria has at getting access to a lot of this stuff. I feel like a lot of Hispanic countries have a much better track record and have like a much higher fondness for anime. So like maybe you're gonna have an easier time, but I mean I could be wrong. I can't do a movie and a kit. I'm going to watch the movie and not build the dang kit. I mean, that's fair. Like, I'm thinking like if I'm thinking if it's a movie that I have watched before, but like there's some times where it's like we're all just sort of like hanging out and a couple people really want to watch a movie. If it's not a movie I'm necessarily interested in, but like I still want to hang out with the people. We're gonna do something else afterwards. I might just like stay in there and sort of like passively watch it, but I also recognize that I am a maniac and I will triple screen things all of the time. Which also might be one of the reasons why I can't help but not remember some of these details, but that's fine. Where there's a way, yeah. I also finished the Llama Girl Magic Kaiser SKL Mecha Musume art. I'm so glad you're happy with it. I'm so pleased to hear that you've enjoyed it. I only wish that we could see it. Obviously, if you would issue it. Not even if it's an English Gundam. Yeah, no, I'm really curious. I'm really curious how that gets translated over. Right? I feel like when I visited Costa Rica for a while, there was like so much fondness in a special for like Dragon Ball and like that style of anime more, the like very martial, like punch fighty kind of deal. A fellow Messinger SKL lover. The space is very based. Yeah, no, we just like we can't miss. We really can't miss. I tried building the unicorn while having unicorn in the background playing. I just ended up watching unicorn again. That's very fair. That's very fair. USA Gundam store. US. Is that the one? That might be the one. That might be the one I was thinking of. But thank you, Grant. I appreciate you doing the legwork to like find that answer basically immediately. We will now get you a BX/UX eventually. I love the SKL boys. Oh, I mean, yeah, no, for sure. I am down. Do those two go together really cleanly? Is that? Have you lumped BX/UX? Hold on. I could ask this way more complicatedly, but I guess the easiest answer is just like you have lumped BX and UX together. Oh, how come? The funny thing is that I have seen some bootleg old Gundam kits, and one or the other is imported, but only one Chinese store and like 6 Chinese malls on my city. I mean, that's like also a fascinating artifact. Like maybe it's not a good one, that's like maybe not good for your first one, but I would kind of heckin' love to have some bootleg back. I guess I'm allowed to say that. Like, please don't buy me things, but like if I open a PO box and I say that loud enough, like it's quite possible that I will just receive bootleg back kits. I love like the bootleg media around this stuff. I'm so fascinated, especially by the like knockoff Pokemon games when like Pokemania hit. Like that's so fun too. Damn it, you took Akito and Yurika from us. You're gonna pay for that as if it's the last thing I do. I love how much old boomer Gundam fans don't like Gundam. Yeah. US and MX are on my top of my 2 wishlist SRW games to play. Maybe it'll be a channel, wide playthrough. I jump in, y'all do it too. Those are the 2 3DS titles with a duo squad system. Okay, cool. Then yeah, no, for sure we should do that. Because isn't the assist pair up system from Fantasy Maiden Wars more duo based? I say asking of all the people that are here, the like one person who's played Fantasy Maiden Wars who's gone to sleep already. UX and MX are both great. Both have good LPs out. There's sadly no patches though, so gotta rely on muscle memory. Insanely played those last year. I'm down with that. I kind of prefer to have the Japanese back on the channel anyway. I mean, like obviously I would like to do things in English so everyone can read them. Fine. That actually, hold on. Here's the super upside. That does mean we can actually get through them at a quicker clip because like half of stream is me reading the dialogue. It's not a problem, but admittedly half of the stream is me reading the dialogue. This story is killer, so I'm glad for it. But we will actually get some more games played that way. I never touched the bootleg kits. To me, it's not the same since it's not the actual mech. Oh yeah, no. Like, in my mind, it's not a replacement for them. I am just fascinated by it. Like, as an artifact and an enjoyer of all things grungy and crusty. Yeah, I think I would for sure, if I was like, oh, I have a model, if I have a model of a bootleg goof, I would always need to qualify that it, like, I would always need to qualify the word bootleg in front of it. I would never just say I have a model kit of the Zeta Gundam and it be just the bootleg version of it. Should I set up a PO box? On the flip side, you have the absolute mental Transformers third-party figures. Oh my word, yeah. I ordered so many of those. I ended up ordering so many of those when I was a kid because I like just did not. I was raised by parents who did not believe people could go on the internet and lie. So we had like no reason to know that they were not going to be real. But yeah, no, they are bonkers. They are so wild. That one time a Chinese lady showed me a goof with a Zaku painted head. I mean, it could have been a lot worse, but that is very funny. MX is worth reading the LP translation though, because only good with Razafon, and then UX is held in the same regard as W for story. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, right. Like I was saying, like I'm not upset to have more story. We'll figure it out when we get there. I think it's gonna be a long time till we get there. But I am down for story with Razafon. I love Razafon. It's like exactly the level of mech plus like organic, like religious nonsense I'm super into. It's like getting a robot I know nothing about. It's like the mechs in Mech Break. The robots look good, but they have no story attached to it for me to get feelings for it. That's fair. Yeah. No, I that makes sense to me. I'm with you. Oh, she deploys Badas. That's cool. Babe, I have so many bootleg Yu-Gi-Oh cards and purely bootleg too. I love all of my bootleg Yu-Gi-Oh cards. My grandmother found out that I loved card games and would just buy the dollar store bootleg packs of Yu-Gi-Oh not knowing anything about them. Like the amount of weird stuff. Oh, darn, again, it'd be great if NR was here, but if he plays Yu-Gi-Oh. Famously, Mother Grizzly got translated into a folding chair in German. Like, what? But yeah, some of the names on the bootleg Yu-Gi-Oh cards are wild. They're so funny. And like trying to play with them is just like downright impossible. Dark Designator, famously one of the worst Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Name a card if it's in your opponent's deck, put it into their hands. The card reads like, pick a card from your opponent's deck. If you name it, take all copies of it and special summon it to your side of the field. It's not worded that clearly, but it reads like that's what it should do. Razafon slays. Oh yeah, no, we've had this conversation before. Yeah, like no, it absolutely destroys Neon Genesis. It's not close, and it's not fair that it did not get the recognition, that it's like it's gonna live in Ava's shadow for the rest of its existence. Still wild to me, some people call Razafon a bootleg Eva. Yeah, I know, right? It's unfair. Would you rather be Would you rather be in the woods with a man or a folding chair? That's the actual argument I would like to have. That's so good. Mech normies who think every mech is a Gundam or an Eva. Yeah. Which, the two genders, Gundam or Eva, that's it. Sometimes I remember those extremely fake Dragon Ball cards that were being sold outside my school. See, this is what I mean. I feel like, Melu, do you have like a particular connection to Dragon Ball, or like do you know a lot of people who know a lot about Dragon Ball in like your weeb spaces? Like, I'm trying to figure out whether this is a stereotype I've like incorrectly assumed, or like I've accurately clocked that this is just like a thing for a lot of like South Central America. Razafon is more Raideen than Eva anyways, from what I understand. I mean, it's not comparable to Eva. Like, it's very angelic and very Bible coded, for sure. In the same way that Eva is very Bible coded in a way that has nothing to do with the Bible at all. I'm kind of sad that we're losing literally all of this XP, all these XP and kills, to just like how the placement of these things went. I guess it makes sense though. Like this feels like the most cutscene, not a cutscene we've had. Like I could have played into this, but none of my units were ever close enough to actually participate. Or the funny tertiary, the third gender transformer, even if the robot has no vehicle parts. Yeah, sure, yeah. The three genders, Gundam, Ava, and Transformer. My favorite biblical symbolism. Hey, that looks cool. Yeah. I mean, am I wrong though? Japan does that all the time. Dragon Ball was literally the first anime I watched on TV, and a lot of people know about it. Even my brother, that is 10, knows about it. Okay. So like, I'm glad that I like have some amount of like cultural familiarity to it. The other one, I'm pretty sure is really common. Maybe this is a little bit more select. Maybe actually no. Maybe this might be more Europe, Spanish language places. But Captain Tsubasa. Was he Portuguese? The author of it was born to a Spanish-speaking immigrant family. I don't remember what it was now. Like, that's like reductive of me. I'm sorry. But I kind of recall Captain Tsubasa having like a really big Spanish language base. I just don't know like which side of Spanish it is. I hate how these people think Ava is the writing, then writing off all the mechs. People do act like it is like Mecha Shakespeare. While we're here, fully un-mech related, but I'm also so tilted about Paranoia Agent. People love Paranoia Agent and think it's like so smart, and like you have to watch it like 3 or 4 times to actually understand it. No, you don't. It's not doing anything. Nothing's happening. I was not a fan of Paranoia Agent. I'm sorry. I'm willing to be convinced, but it did not. I used to be a teacher. I have an English degree. I love analytical stuff. Like that's not the problem. It was not that it needed to be analyzed. It was that it asked to be analyzed and there was just nothing under the hood when you did. Let's get a tune then, I guess. We'll put that attack on, and then let's catch up with chat. Captain Tsubasa was another thing that I watched when I was very little. Like, even my dad watched it. Okay, great. See, this is what I mean. Okay, wonderful. I'm glad that I've like accurately learned something about accidentally perpetuating the stereotype. The normie take on of only Gurren Lagann and Code Geass are good ones. Yeah, like Code Geass had its time in the sun. I feel like Gurren Lagann did not get it the same way that Code Geass did, for sure, but are we within the Veshko range here? We have to look at it through them. No, that is one outside. We can go. Yeah, I wanted to distortion attack the Hokushin, but that's fine. You'd agree? Thank you. Oh yeah, no, the style is killer. The style is great. Llama, it is this like. The story is told non-linearly. It is about a town that's sort of like losing its mind over. One of the central conceits is that there is a like graphic designer for a toy company, and she is trying to design like the next big sensational hit. At the same time, there is a like boy with a baseball bat and roller skates going around and bludgeoning people to death. And it's like very much about the weird way that towns and people buy into like collective psychosis or like collective consumerism, and like how that alters like your like frame of mind or like frame of reference, which sounds like it should be good. Like I feel like I should love that, but it manages to accomplish and say practically nothing in its runtime of like 24 episodes. That I was unable to respect it, I guess. Cool. Rock. I feel like the movie Perfect Blue does more with its premise of the internet. I really want to watch Perfect Blue. I really love Paprika, so I imagine I'm gonna love Perfect Blue. I have that on my list of like movie night movies for my friends. It sometimes even surprises myself how oddly Japanese media has been integrated into Spanish-talking countries. There's Venezuela. There's an odd case that is Mazinger Z. Yeah. Every geek store has at least one Mazinger Z figure showing. My dad taught me everything about it when I was like 7. Yeah. No, like Tutti Robo was the Italian was the Italian mecha channel, and I think that has a big deal of how I think that translated it over to Spain and Portugal, which then moved it over to the like Western Hemisphere Spanish-speaking areas. The love for Mazinger is like surprisingly high. One of my old coworkers was Puerto Rican, and he also like he could name the Goof from Gundam, and he could tell me about Mazinger, and that was the extent of his mecha knowledge. But he for sure knew Mazinger. I don't want to open the Pandora's box. Does an anime or media need to say something? Actually here, no. I don't think this is a Pandora's box. I think this is a very straightforward answer. I don't think it needs to, but I do think everything actively does, whether it tries to or not. I think the nature of producing art is you are always going to say something. You just get to opt into whether it's going to be meaningful or not. And why would you not when you could? But I do use that phrase specifically because people talk about Paranoia Agent specifically in the context of it trying to say something. Like, people praise it for that. Yeah. I also need to get some accuracy in here. Yeah. I was kind of hoping he had an Excel. This might be a little short-sighted of me. I don't know if we will actually get. Like, we can definitely kill here. I don't know if the full Excel impact is going to be lethal. No, it is sick. Okay. But I do think also another phrase that is just sort of like died because of the internet is like saying something. We think saying something also means like, could you teach it in a classroom? Does it have like cultural impact on the world? And like I think that is also reductive. I think sometimes the thing it is trying to say is robots are heckin' cool and I want to see them punch something. Sometimes the thing it wants to say is like, aren't bodies fun to look at? And like, that's still saying something, and sometimes that's enough. It doesn't have to say something very complex. It just can like say something, but like, there's still something happening. I actually did start watching Perfect Blue at one point, but got put off and stopped, which kind of the point, but still. Oh yeah, no. It's like a very upsetting show. If you're going into it for a fun time, you're gonna have a rough time. Like, that movie is, I think, designed to be upsetting. They must have stalled us for long enough. But how did they have so many mobile weapons at their disposal? Akito, wait, it's you in there, right? That's why you called out to me. Don't give us that silent treatment, Akito. Say something already. Nope. Akito. But yeah, like you don't have to engage with things just because they're supposed to be, like, they're theoretically supposed to be meaningful. Or even if you know you would like it, right? Like, it is perfectly reasonable to go, no, that's okay. I don't think I need to be in that headspace. Like, especially, meaning is often found on a personal level, no classroom needed. Yeah, exactly. And like, especially because Perfect Blue is also so much about it is about the feminized body. I could also understand why that would be like a very hard watch for you. Gundam taught me war is bad, and then that Gundam is a cool robot. Yeah, right? Like, Gundam, like, people miss the point if people are missing the point about Gundam if they don't value the political elements to it, but people are also missing the point if they don't see that, like, it's also supposed to be a cool robot. Like, that is supposed to be the constant conflict of the people who are watching. That, like, this robot is cool, but also we are supposed to think war is bad and it is helping perpetuate it. Like, both of those need to happen. Like, so much of the money in Gundam is spent making Gundam look cool. See, again, that scene where the goof makes it look like that the gym is, like, actively bleeding. Hiroki Kusakabe, former Jovian vice admiral and their de facto leader during the Lizard War. He's been missing ever since his escape following the Battle of the Martian Ruins. which ended with him being ousted by young Jovian officers in the hot-blooded coup. Please, you're embarrassing me. And Werther's failure to capture him has come back to haunt us. Maybe, but Werther no longer exists. Blaming them won't get us anywhere. But I do apologize on behalf of the old Jovian Federation. Your apology doesn't concern me. This calls for the removal of all Jovians from the Alliance of the UN. I suggest you don't. Relations between Earthlings and Jovians are still quite touchy. The newly integrated Jovians would revolt throughout Earth if you simply cast them aside. How confident are you that you can control such an upheaval, General Colbert? The Intelligence Bureau is working to locate the missing Nadeshko and Martian successors, but we haven't had any reliable leads so far. It's likely sympathizers are helping them stay hidden. What do they hope to accomplish? They are outgunned with the Jovian Federation dismantled. I'd say their plan is to have the relic of the ancient solar civilization all to themselves. With it, they'll strike at the heart of the government and take control. And considering they revealed themselves to the world, they must be confident in their odds. You expect a blitzkrieg, then? I do, and that's why they need full control over the boson jump system. Which, in turn, is why they hunted down the A-class jumpers, Eureka, Akito. The power and the calculation unit, those things were meant to stay forever asleep in Jupiter, far out of anyone's reach. Though, I suppose if anyone could figure out how to recover them, it'd be the Jovians. Kusakabe often spoke of the dangerous importance of boson jumps to humanity. While he does have a point there, it hardly justifies his campaign. Additionally, he had the Eurasians researching boson jump technology for him. Though the Eurasian Federation's official line is that was working for dissidents. They cast their men aside, but what it all boils down to is that we are simply being manipulated. Kusakabe is a specialist in that field, after all. Akayama, what sort of man is he? You were his direct subordinate. What is your opinion on him? He is a passionate lover of justice, a man willing to die for his ideals. His biggest flaw is the firm belief that his ideals are the ideals everyone else should have. The Martian successors. We'll need to look for them quietly, lest we cause unrest. But our war against Zaft is in full swing, and the predominantly evoluted attacks worsen daily. We don't have the manpower to spare. Indeed. It's best to leave the Nadeshko to hunt down its parent vessels. Okay, like, that room is full of people who all look very different, but gracious, do those guys all look so much the same, though, too? I didn't even know I was trans when I tried to watch it, but in hindsight, my brain may have been doing the lifting for me. Oh yeah, no, for sure. The, like, gender experience that we, like, can directly cop to versus, like, what's actually happening in our head are genuinely, regularly very different things. I totally understand that. Guy had watched Ava just to say that he has mech knowledge. I mean, yeah, no, people do be participating in a lot of media just to be able to, like, get the internet points for it. I was watching a fascinating video about the 2010 era where anime fans hated shonen and how shows like Full Metal HXH JoJo were liked because they were one of the good ones and not like one of those silly fighting shonen. It really makes me think of shows like Ava are looked as one of the good ones, not like one of those silly childish robot shows. Yeah, and like for that point, like JoJo, Hunter x Hunter, Full Metal Alchemist are refining the just fighting genre. They are refining something about them, so I understand why the difference does happen, but like, yeah, it is like wildly reductive to not see the fact that the reason those are good is because you also need to embrace convention. Really enough, I find deep meaning in Fist of the North Star. I described the whole story as what men will do for love. All the protagonists in major films do things in all forms of love, both really and romantic. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, I Will Tokiwoda say is like the core lyrics to the song for Fist of the North Star is love is the most profound thing a man can feel. Like 100%, that's like the point. Quoting that one Reddit post, unlike other mech anime, this one is about the characters. Yeah, no. Sorry, my chair like is like falling apart out from under me. Some like screws just like got loose on the floor. I'm okay. Yeah, no, people's like inability to read things because they like really want everything to work exactly their one way and not see everything as like in conversation with everything else is very difficult to deal with. As such, we're ordered to pursue the Martian successors. I still can't believe Ruri's captaining the new Nadeshko. Yeah, you're really grown up over these 6 months. Well, you know how puberty is. Sign us up, Ruri. I mean, Captain. Yama and I are coming with you. About that, Admiral Misumaru. Admiral Misumaru himself is already taking care of your transfers. Thanks a bunch, Harry Kane. Harry Kane? My name's Hari Makibe, Mr. Jiro Yamada. Please refrain from giving me weird nicknames. Is it supposed to be like Harry Kane, like Hurricane? Yeah. Attacked by the chair itself, yeah. It's interesting how shonen do shift in 2020, though, with shows like Don, Undead Unluck, JJK, Chainsaw Man. None of those shows are even remotely similar. I think we were just realizing the future won't look like the past big three. Yeah, I will say, I think all of those, I think if there is a similarity between all of those, I think you have to force it a little bit. But those are all, like, very much about trauma. Like, every single one of those shows keenly is aware of the fact that, like, we are living in a world where we don't recognize that, like, mental and physical damage are inflicted on us regularly, and shonen does not normally deal with that. But, like, Dandadan may be the least. Dandadan is, like, the most, like, social emotional. But, like, Undead Unluck, one of our two protagonists literally carves up his body on the regular. JJK, all of our characters are frequently scarred. Like, Chainsaw Man is unapologetically about the ways in which, like, men in particular are, like, sexually and bodily abused, but that conversation never gets to happen around them. Like, I think trauma is the unifying element, and that seems more relatable to us because all of us experience so much trauma anymore. That's kind of why I believe MHA got turned on and eventually left behind by the anime audience, normies. It was around during the weird in-between period. I feel like MHA, I feel like a lot of people turn on MHA also because didn't the mangaka also go, I intentionally drew this 16-year-old girl naked because I wanted to see a 16-year-old girl naked? Like, wasn't that like almost a direct tweet that he made? Like, that probably didn't help. Well, my name's Guy Daigoji, dang it. But anyway, it's good to meet you. Guy. All these months and you're still Major Shiratori's clone, huh? Have we met, my man? I also feel like I've heard your voice before. One of the Jovians, maybe? Bingo. Here, let me dig up his old file. Yo, Harry, don't. Oh, I know that guy. I remember now. Back in Mars, you charged the Galwar while singing the Gekigangra theme. I was young and didn't know any better. Saburauta, don't tell me you've forgotten your Gekigang soul. Were the tears you shed over episode 26 a fleeting illusion? Ha, Guy, every person has their own vision of what justice and Gekigang soul entails. No different from how all flowers have their own varying colors. What's gotten into you? And why are you talking like that? Okay, people, we're all caught up, so now we need to think of our next move, right? Right. Those guys are too crazy to leave around. Why are you two trying to change the subject? Well, on that matter, Captain Hoshino, would you like us to help in your pursuit? No, I'm certain you all have your own problems to deal with, but if you hear anything about successors during your trailer work, do let us know. That'll be no problem, and naturally, we'll do so free of charge. Huh, guess Rory's not the only one who's done a lot of growing up. Flattery will get you nowhere, Ryoko, but hey, I like the new hairdo. It looks good on you. But what are you getting at, you twit? But Captain, I want you to know that Akito and Captain Bisamaru were all very dear to us. I will not forgive the successors for robbing them of their joy, whatever their cause is. I feel the same way. I heard Rory had been living with Akito and Yurika after Verter was dissolved. Yeah, they were like family. This must be hitting her hard. Good luck, Nadeshiko B. We'll help you out in any way we can. And if you ever need our assistance, don't hesitate to call. We'll come running. I will. And if that time comes, it'll be an honor to fight with you again. And that's all, Professor. If you find any intel on the successors, please relay it to us. Understood. Incidentally, I also have something I could use your help with. You have a job for us, Professor? It's a bit of a favor for an old acquaintance. I do it myself, but we'll be here for a while collecting junk from the previous battle. And since the Serpent's tail left before I could say anything, I need to pass it to you. Well, what would that job entail? Nothing major, just a simple supply delivery. And the catch is the recipient. It's the Archangel. The Archangel? We gotta get him on the team somehow. Oh, I never followed any of the Hagakure drama. Also, that's losing the weird Twitter fan base. You don't want them anyway. The weird chippers still stayed. That's fair. I think like 70% of people don't follow comments by directors or makers of the work, especially normies casuals. That is probably true. Like, I'm probably overestimating that because, like, that is a space where I care a great deal. But I also don't think it is... I don't think it's a 0% of the loss, you know? I think there is some amount of the loss that happens there. But I do also feel like it fell off a lot of its, like, original direction. where it felt like it was trying to say something about superheroes, and then very rapidly turned in, like, it was trying to comment on the nature of superhero media, where then it just sort of became one itself, rather than being, like, a refinement or, like, not a satirization, but there's a literary word for it. I can't think of it. Yeah, I can't think of it. But yeah, like it stopped trying to be critical of it and turned into it. Okay, I don't think we can do another mission in the next half hour. I've saved here. I will figure out preps and we'll start that next time. But we do have a half hour left, which I do think that means we've got time for unit analysis, and we haven't gotten to do this in so long. So, seeing as we're still watching Tekka Man, I think we do some Tekka Man stuff. Me and my friend were coping for Uraraka for like 4 seasons, unlike we gave him TP to season 2. Yeah, no, a lot of those women get done very dirty in that show too. Became the very thing it swore to destroy or something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like the fact that we opened with Mount Lady, who the like paparazzi is like, ooh, we need to make sure we get like a shot of her like butt as she's like stalking around the neighborhood, and then she like intentionally tries to flaunt it, and then like has an inner monologue of her like weighing the pros and cons of like trying to put her body on display and like how demoralizing that is for her, versus like she is like trying to exploit the community that's trying to hurt her. Like, that's like an interesting conversation. Like, that was saying something about the nature of like bodies and autonomy in a world where superheroes are fetishized, not just in the sexual way, but like in like the idealized way. Like, it was saying something. It stopped doing that very rapidly. I only made it to like episode 50, which is like a little after the first big fight between All Might and Alpha One. Yeah. I heard that MJ was pretty rough on the girls. Yeah, no, it starts, right, like, it starts meaningful. It starts like we're trying to say something, and then we just, like, the number of times that the characters are like, oh, this costume makes me uncomfortable. And they're like, well, it's important to make sure your costumes, like, say something to the community. And they're like, yeah, but, like, what is this saying? And they're like, exactly what we wanted to say. And they're like, okay. And they never talk about it again. The, like, thing that kills me the most is whenever we, like, have a person, usually a woman, change into a costume. Like, putting these costumes on is complicated. It's not easy to do that. You do it, and then they go, why am I wearing this? I'm so uncomfortable. Like, that's weird. I don't like that. I think it was the same hit rate as most shonen from the 2010s. Yeah, I think that's probably fair. Uncomfortable much? Yeah, it's very uncomfortable. Yeah, like it definitely does a couple of things really well, especially early on. But I think that peters out, and all of the problems become so much more apparent after that. Okay, we have looked at we've looked at Blade already. Should we look at the Radam in general, or should we look at some of Blade's adversaries? What do we think? I mean, again, it's a media designed for young teen boys. Yeah, but like, you don't have to opt into it in that way. Like, there are plenty of shows that do have, like, I was just talking about this with my friend. Like, I'm also very familiar with like how production works. Like, Jump insists that there needs to be at least a fan service character because that's what sells things. Like, I understand that's always going to be part of it, but that doesn't change the fact that you can still say something with it. Like, again, we had characters who were critical of the reception of their personhood, and they were trying to engage with it in a way that gave them autonomy, or like, you know, like kids growing up thinking about like what other people are going to perceive their bodies as being. Like, that's a conversation we can have while still theoretically including a quote-unquote fan service character. But I never don't have that in my rear view. I don't know how people don't. I mean, yeah. Like, it is important to consider that, like, anime and manga do not have genres. Anime and manga are not genres themselves. Shonen, shoujo, josei, and seinen are not, like, they're super genres. And, like, you do need to keep in mind there is very particular, like, marketing for them. There's very particular publishing expectations for them. Like, it's hard to avoid Shonen Jump touching that stuff. Or just Jump in general. Like, Mineta was a character that I was like, why are you still here? Why have you done anything except do perverted things? And I feel a bad version of comic relief. Yeah, like Mineta is a good example of one of the, like, glaring flaws that was easy, not to overlook, but, like, it was not as apparent until later when, like, fewer things were being said. Meta is one who even I was like, Jesus Christ, this character is awful, yeah. We're Dom Tekkaman? Sure, let's do that one. I rarely like the perp characters, and thankfully they are less and less common. It is a joy that we are getting less and less of them. But yeah, no, Mineta is egregious. I don't like him. I don't remember if we looked at Evil's design. I think maybe let's save Evil. Let's save Evil, seeing as we haven't really seen the conclusion of his arc yet, and I feel like we could get some other different. We could get some like different elements out of him. I guess let's start with Dagger. Also, if anybody like you don't have to do the research for me, but if anyone has any good websites for like art of these characters, that would be wildly helpful. The Tekkaman wiki is pretty dire. Let's see if I can. What is Namu? This has come up a couple of times. Here, but like, let's look at how dire the Tekkaman wiki is. Let me get. Like, the fact that I can't even search Dagger on the Tekkaman wiki and that doesn't come up with anything is so heinous. We can save Evil. Yeah, okay, yeah. Namu is very hit and miss. Okay, but like, what is Namu a wiki of? It's just like a general one. A lot of these old series are pretty dire for wikis. Even the Mazinger wiki is pretty bare bones. Oh man, I know. I guess Lama, you weren't here. We had done a couple of art analyses for Mazinger, and yeah, like that's one of the reasons why I want to do this is just to like get more attention to them and like see people like get people to see that like people do care about them. Good gracious, it's dire. Namu covers a lot of things, more niche stuff. Okay. I guess this is fine. We can look at like the canon model. Okay, so my the first note with Dagger, there are like two types of evil Tekkamen. There are those who follow name convention, and there are those who do not. Dagger does not have a dagger. These are so long. These are not daggers. And he shoots it like a bow. What is happening? I literally saw the Despair memory wiki. Only the main character ever has a link. Yeah. Namu was the one that called Levin a new half. Oh, okay, cool. I mean, I'm down with it a little bit then. That is like the actual Japanese, that is like generally the Japanese term that is accepted for like transness. It's a slightly different idea in relationship to transness. Like, they are not one-to-one. But that's, I mean, I respect them a lot for like using like language specific terms. Yeah. Tekkaman we have Tekkaman axe, we have Tekkaman sword, we have Tekkaman rapier, and we have Tekkaman shoots a dagger at you. Okay, yeah, so we have a lot more like rounded design. I guess we probably should have Blade here also. Tekkaman Blade. Like, I think we probably have to have Blade up in all these conversations because we're gonna have to contrast them directly. That's like fine enough. Okay. Yeah, so like Blade is clearly very pointy, not just because he is Blade themed, but like these kind of points are very dynamic and tells us we are going to have a lot of dynamism in his character. He's not really. He is a what? There's flat and round. There is simple and complex characters. He is a flat, complex character. Then static and dynamic. He is also kind of static. He is a flat, static, complex character. So like the dynamism comes a lot more from his motion and just like how much he is going to participate in the plot. Versus Dagger, who is very rounded and like all of his energy is pointed down. Tekkaman's is pointed in every direction. We have out from shoulders, up from gloves, down from legs, forward from chest, up from head. Like, all of Dagger's is going down. Like, quintessential visual, like, basic storytelling. Thing go down bad, thing go up good. So, like, our first villain is very, very straightforward in convention. Which, like, is, like, very helpful storytelling. especially if we're coming off of this. Like, we've described Tekkaman as being very tokusatsu coded. So, like, if you're coming off of this expecting more of, like, a Toku team kind of deal, maybe Dagger could have been the rival that eventually he learns the ill of his ways and he's going to join the team. But I think the visual storytelling enough tells you that no, we should not expect that. We should expect him to be a villain. I think it's value that he's like slightly asymmetrical, right? Like this is a good picture of it. Like this shield comes off over and like the shoulder is really close, but there is a small amount of asymmetry to him, which matches, this is a really good picture of his face, which matches the fact that he has this like right side damage to him. And so often they forget to animate this in. It's so distracting to me. This is such an important element of his character that he got like injured on the side of his face. It's so distracting they forget to add it. But yeah, like this character is asymmetrical. And on one hand, like symmetry suggests a straight-lacedness, and therefore like a moral upstandingness, which we want to match with our protagonist character, especially because for the early portions of the series, D-Boy is like our only real primary fighter. So like we need him to be the moral paragon. He needs to carry the weight of all of the like quote unquote good qualities. So like we need the villains then to be equally as wholly polarizingly so. But also, unfortunately, because of when this came out, it is also very common to represent villainy as bodily deformity. See, like, half of the killers in famous horror movies that, like visual ugliness, that bodily deformity follows an evil and corrupt soul. And I think that there is some element to that in Dagger's character. That, like, he has to be scarred in order for us to know he is evil, because like that is how we characterize evil characters. I think it is only slightly that, because that is then directly contrasted with the fact that D-Boy has a scar on his eye that mirrors Dagger's. Like this is also in third, not general visual storytelling, but specifically this story's visual storytelling, that D-Boy is going to repay everything done to him and his community, be it his idealized version of his family that he still keeps in his heart, or the family that he has now. Like, if he is scarred, he will scar them. If he is injured, he will injure them. If someone is taken, he will take someone. So I think there is that parallel too. But I think, like, in the way that we were just talking about, like, stories saying something, unfortunately, implicitly, those things still kind of come to mind when we were thinking about an easy way to represent that. Because, like, we could have lost the limbs, and that would have been really, like, surprising to have, like, D-Boy be missing an arm for most of the show. But, like, we could have, like, they could have each started with a ship, and then both of them destroyed each other. Like, there were ways to represent physical, long-term consequential repercussions that don't involve bodily mutilation. And I think it's hard, especially coming out of the era that it was published in, to not recognize that part. Yeah, Killer the Butcher. Yeah, Killer the Butcher is a good example of that. He's like this gross toad frog of a man because he is evil. Yeah. It's like hard to acknowledge. It's like hard to ignore when you see it. But speaking of the asymmetry too, like let's look at his daggers. Let's look at his like actual weapon. That these are pointed only on one side. The blades of Tekkaman Blade are pointed on both sides. So like clearly this is a very intentional design choice. Like look at the sharpness happening on both ends, where these are serrated. We also like to think of like serrated weapons as like very cruel. We often have a lot of villains with their like daggers, like with the like sharp points pointed out to like make it clear that we want it to hurt too, which is funny because a serrated dagger would probably cut through the skin easier and make it less painful. Like a dull just straight blade is probably going to require a couple of cuts and therefore hurt a lot more. But that's like the different, like visual storytelling does not have to be the same as literal, like what actually is literally true. But also I think it is worth noting that by contrast, like whenever D-Boy has one of the points at him, like from this side of the weapon, not from this side of the weapon, from the like horizontal side of the weapon. One points at him as much as it points at everybody else because he is constantly in a fight with his own like sense of self and self-preservation and whether he's going to turn into one of these monsters. Where Dagger is he's purely ready to die. There's a bit of a point down here, but most of the dangerous side is pointing out towards his enemy. He has no concerns for his own life, for the consequences that he's going to have. It is all directed outward, which is appropriate that he is the first one to go then. You're gonna be PTSD from watching Machine Robo. Stoll was so static that he genuinely didn't change from episode 1 to 50. He's just mad no matter what, to the detriment of the show. That happens a lot for a lot of older shows. Like that is like one of the reasons why a lot of these older shows are like really hunk and rough, because they just like did not know how to write like an actual plot arc. That like the arc of a character now, we expect a lot of emotional and mental change, where in the past a lot of plot arcs just involved a lot of physical changes. I call Machine Robo another contender for a show where women die needlessly. There's literally a part where a machine woman was a bomb and blows herself up against the evil giant robot that genuinely did nothing. Yeah, very like we need to sacrifice the women in order for us to like feel something kind of energy. Yeah, that does feel pretty gross. But I bet those shows sold hella toys. Oh, 100%. Because again, right, because so much of the focus is on the physical change of the plot, it's very easy for people to imagine the play with those toys, because they've seen so much energy and attention of the plot given to the literal physical verbs that you can perform with those toys. Like, I don't think that's by accident. I think that is deliberate. I think it's a very easy way to produce toys. In the same way that we talked about like how easy it is to play as the Mazinger, it does the like flex your muscles, like arms up in the air to do the breast fire. Like everyone can do that motion. It's very easy to recognize. So it's very easy to teach people how to participate. Where here, it's a little bit harder to imagine yourself with a tech center because a physical change needs to happen. And like the conceit of how these people change is like very, very context driven. Like you need to employ your imagination. Where at the very least we are at least trying to be in the space of like more emotional storytelling. Correct me if I'm wrong, I don't remember, but does Dagger get a Volteca? I don't think he does. I mean, I could maybe see his chest opening, but I also don't see him really having much of a space to be able to Volteca. So there's also something to be said that he is like kind of incomplete compared to everybody else, where that is like a core part of the Tekkaman's attacks. But I won't go too far down that line in case that's like not actually true. Like I was genuinely bummed how many times the women died needlessly. There was one episode where they changed it up once for men to die needlessly. I mean, that like I know you're saying this as a joke. I know you're like saying that to laugh at it, but that's like another thing I see regularly online is that like representation is just like, what if we abuse everybody instead? Like, Bud, fam, that does not fix it. That's so much worse. The original Transformers were pretty static character-wise too. Honestly, there were bits of development like Jetfire and Starscream, or that one season 3 episode with Octane, but it was generally reset. Yeah, I do recognize that Starscream is a bit of an exception, but like, yeah, no, this is a good point, Llama. I don't like know a lot about Transformers plot, but like, I feel like if you think of Transformers, you're probably thinking of the toy first, and like that does follow the model with how I know like the intention of making show to produce toy worked. So. Woman dying is an easy way to pull on the heartstring unless you're a sociopath, I get it. But I think you're like a little bit sociopathic also to be like, but the girl's in danger, my emotions, rather than being like, a human's in danger, my emotions. Like, I think it's weird that we also have to be like, specifically this woman, probably because of her genitals, is like more interesting to us than like the core value of human life. Yeah, like, it's like a villain kicking a puppy. I mean, but like, that's part of the problem though, is that we equate the like sweet innocence of animal who doesn't know what's going on with a full gender. And that like is what leads to a lot of the problems of like how these plots get made, you know? A man has fallen into the river in Lego City. Yeah. Never again will I watch Machine Robot. I will definitely meant to sell toys, but we have the characters called Jet, Drill, Pro Truck, and Tough Trailer. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at the back of him too. He does sort of have like jet boosters on the back of him. I think this is interesting. This like, I feel like a little bit, this was like giving us kind of more space suit vibes when maybe we weren't sure if they were going to just fully be robots. These are like close to verniers. They're not going down nearly the same. No, I assume the value is that the girl is assumed to be on average weaker and more likely to evoke a protective nature from men. Oh yeah. No, like that's like 100% part of it, right? That like we want to protect the innocent animal because they don't know what's going on. We want to protect the girl because she is weaker, therefore man must save. Yeah, which is still a problem, but you definitely get that. Oh yeah. It just seems like culture society thing. Doubt that it's even being stomped out fully. Oh, I don't think it's being changed immediately. Which is why it's like, unfortunately, if you're going to opt into participating in society or consuming media, like you have to acknowledge it. But like, I think that doesn't change the fact that we can still like be critical of exactly how and why that kind of thing is happening, or like why it's being perpetuated. Like, I don't think me in particular, like I love all of y'all, but we are not big enough for that to like change media by us talking about it. But that also doesn't mean I can't like, you know, being aware of it and thinking of how you're consuming. Being aware of it and thinking how you're consuming does change how you're going to interpret the plot. The only good part of Machine Robo was when the villain said, "Who are you?" and Stoll would respond, "You don't deserve to know my name," and immediately beat them. Yeah, not big enough yet. You're right. Thank you, Cam. I did say that wrong. You're right. Eventually, at some point, I will be large enough, and then we can try and correct these problems. I'm Romstol, and I'm here to kick you into next week. Who are you? Nobody. Don't worry about it. I call me crazy, but the manta ray that Evil rides has similar kind of feeling to his like hip guard butt wings. I think that there's a slight bit of like marine animal design to how the Tekka men work. Like a lot of these are like the fins of them feel very like manta ray to me. Like even before we saw like what Evil has to ride to compete with Pegasus. I think maybe that is just because we need parts to be big and chunky for like the purpose of putting them on screen in a way that like makes them like move around in a way that we can see. There's just like very few animals that have that like large size to them that do also have these like large sweeping curves. And because like we really like symmetry, like this is gonna look less like a whale. Like maybe that's like part of it. Maybe there's a bias somewhere else. I could make a top-bottom joke, but I will refrain. We can all imagine in our minds. That was like close enough that you still kind of got to make it. But I'm like we'll look at Axe and we'll call it a stream. But I'm curious to see if that follows through with a closer examination of like Sword and Lance too. What else? Oh, I guess this is like worth saying. Like I've not like talked about this specifically, but Dagger and all the Tekka men do have some very broad chest. Like his chest is very forward. Blade's chest is both forward and wide. Evil's chest is very wide. Axe's chest is very wide. It confers like a lot of the biology, the chest especially, confers a lot of ideas of musculature, and like this show is also very conventionally masculine. I wouldn't go so far as to say it's toxically masculine, but it's very conventionally masculine. So we are definitely trying to emulate a lot of I think this is a good one. We're trying to emulate a lot of conventional like idealized male body shape of like the large muscles. Like see the Arnold Schwarzeneggers of the world with like wide chest, big bicep, small head on top. If Tekka Man came out in the 2000s, people would be all over fanfics for them. So many dudes to ship together. Oh my word. Yeah. No, for sure this would be ship central. All of the ship names would just be trying to combine their weapons. Like Lance and Axe, Lax. It's good. Dagger and Blade, is that Blagger or Dag? I like Blagger better. Yeah, no, that's 100%. These are, yeah, like these are so singular identities that these are like very key contenders for like a lot of shipping. Built like a Dorito bag. Yeah, sure. Um, but yeah, so the show has juggled a lot between the value of like D-Boy trying to assert very, very succinctly and very consistently that he is human, where the rest, like the Radam Tekka men, are where the Radam Tekka men are supposed to still be villainous because of their abiology, because they have been corrupted. But despite that, we need to be reminded that they are something not just different, but superior to the Radam soldiers by being still very humanoid. Like, we do associate humans with superiority. See any Yu-Gi-Oh archetype where the like most important monster in most of those archetypes, even when they are not human, still have a lot of human features. Like, most of the dragons are still very bipedal. They have like very human qualities, but like lots of the things that we think of in a lot of media that we think of as the most powerful still are human adjacent. So like, I think it matters that we are trying to maintain a lot of human biology to this. And I think it's no more clear in the fact that we are like, we have removed human elements by making the machines, but then reapplied human elements. And like all of these mechs are very human, but I think there's always very different reasons for doing so. And I think that's the one here. I don't think there's anything else immediate to it. I guess let's go with Axe next, and then we'll call it a day because we're already at 12. I appreciate that Axe's weapon is, I think, the only unique weapon we've seen so far. Every other weapon always has this parallel structure, like Evil's is the same on both sides, Dagger's is the same on both sides. Blade's obviously is. Sword is just a stick, and I think, yeah, Lance's was double-sided too, but Axe's is singular, which makes a little sense with how we like to conceive of axes, that axes are like very powerful and you're like probably going to two-hand them. They're probably going to be this like big, slow, lumbering, singular attack, where a lot of the rest of these weapons are very like multi-attack, lots of action, lots of contact interaction, right? Where this, like, a profile like this says scrappy fighter, in and out, multiple hits. This says big, strong man, big smash. And, like, that is kind of what his job is, right? Like, we solve the problem by overpowering him, not outsmarting him. We just, like, blast him as hard as possible, and he's like, you may have killed me, but I'm still standing. Not Takeda Shingen. Who's the warrior that, like, dies standing up in Japanese lore? You know the one. The one that, like, Edward Newgate is, like, supposed to be a play on. He like, gets, like, he takes, like, 36 arrows to the chest, but, like, doesn't fall down dying. He's, like, some famous old Japanese samurai, where, like, this is supposed to be that energy. Like, he almost gets killed, and he's like, no, one more last shot. And it's, like this big nuclear explosion, right? Very power-oriented. I mean, you don't usually have a double-bladed axe. It seems hazardous to your toes. I mean, all of these seem hazardous to your toes. Like, you would never want a weapon that is dual blades like this. As much as Dark Souls teach you these weapons are cool. Right? It's on the tip of my tongue, right, Gundam? It's so frustrating. I can't think of it. I can do the same thing with Godvet and Diablo of Monday in Gun X Sword, X Dune Back, Big Smash. Yeah, right? Like that is how Japan conceives of it. Like, that's, like, very much true. And, like, not untrue, but, like, an actual axe you would fight with is usually a lot smaller, and you can get in, like, 2 or 3 really good chops in the same place pretty quickly. But, like, in my time with martial arts, which is like a 15 to 20 year career, so, like, not unexperienced by any stretch of the imagination, you never want a double-bladed weapon like this. You will always hurt yourself. So, like, it's funny that we think of the character who's, like, sacrificing everything for the big attack is also the one who has the least self-sacrificing oriented weapon. But like, please, if you have a collection of weapons that have two sides to this, please stop shopping at your local mall's knife store. Go get some actual swords. It's my treat. So Axe is, okay, Evil is our first villain after Dagger that is still associated with the Radam and is a Tekka Man. But we're skipping him for now. Especially because he's not dead yet, so like, we don't see the whole conclusion of his character. So like, Axe is the, like, just all of those words were meant to be quotes around me using the word first to describe Axe. Axe is like the first Tekka Man we have to fight sincerely, that we take like conclusion from start to finish. And I say this because I think it is interesting in that he represents a philosophy for the Radam that we are seeing in the post-time skip that is very singular-minded. He still retains so much of his human personality in how much he connects, like, how much he connects his time training Shinya and D-Boy as kids to how he wants them to relate now. He, like, kind of tries to resolve in his mind their dispute as this sort of, like, sibling scuffle where they could easily, like, he could just move on and forgive, like, D-Boy could just move on and forgive Shinya and all would be resolved, as if they weren't, like, actively being mind-controlled. But this, like, very ignorant to, very so wholly consumed in his philosophy that he doesn't even see that he is, like, part of a philosophy, like, he doesn't even see that what he's espousing as a philosophy rather than just the objective truth. And I say that because of his toes. The fact that this man has insect toes compared to everyone else having shoes, he is the closest we've seen to being bug-like so far. His color scheme is bug-like. His feet are still a little insect-like in how they look. But like, visually of all of them, this is the color scheme that the Radam already have. He is the most taken over by their philosophy. He is the most ignorant to the fact that he is taken over by their philosophy. And he still acts on it with like the pure raw gusto of someone swinging around a large halberd. He uses his words and his idea of how people should be in the way that people who look at media think axes are associated with a lack of precision. Which is really insidious, actually, because it's still him in every manner, except the Radam have him in their grasp. It feels kind of like the fundamentalists who cannot distinguish their own benefits from objective reality. Yeah. Like, I think that is, like, very much the point as to why we keep seeing them transform back and forth into being people. Like, they show up as they leave the Radam base in Tekka Man form, show up as humans just to transform back into the Radam, just to make sure that we both remind D-Boy that he needs to kill his loved ones, but also remind the audience that, like, everyone is not so far off from falling to the corrupting philosophy of this, like, parasite to your mind, that, like, humans have fallen to this. These are not artificial machines made to look like his friends. They are not just robots that were designed to be killing machines. Like, people fell to this idea so wholly that they are unable to distinguish themselves from the, like, monster that they have become, which is, like, constantly D-Boy's struggle on the other side. He's so consumed by the thought that he is a monster already that he, like, stops fighting sometimes, where these characters are so ignorant, like, they are so far gone that they do not see how monstrous they already are. His little, like, head bead things, they're not antenna, obviously, but, like, they're, like, not reminiscent of antenna. All of the Tekka Man designs, other than our main characters, also need to be largely rather compact in order to make the profile of someone like Evil stand out, right? Like, just, like, look at these two next to... Can we get, like, can we get a non-badly rendered one of these? Give me where are my pixels? I mean, this is really cool. Like, it doesn't actually look like this in the show, though. Yeah, but, like, look how much extra stuff is sticking off the side of him. Like, look how many bits there are. Because he needs to have this, like, really menacing... Like, these are, like, devil wings, like, presence. And we need that to contrast with the rest of the villains, because we don't want to take up his space. We need these to sort of be slightly reminiscent of it. We want to see a through line, right? Axe has a little bit of these points because we want to already know that we should expect a pseudo wing-like design, so it doesn't come out of nowhere that Evil has them. But we don't want to mistake him for being the actual villain, as if the name Evil didn't do it enough for him. He needs to look subservient, which is why his design has to be more simple. We have to know visually that he is going to, like, he has to fall early because he's, like, just not as over-designed. But in general, we're like, quote-unquote, more grounded in all of our ways, because we also need to make sure that we know that these aren't just mechs, that these are human suits too, I think. But like, we don't have like lots of frilly stuff. We don't have like capes or like big long head tassels like Wukong style. We don't have like really big ornate extra equipment on their backs or like on their arms. And I think that also gets to the bluntness of not just like Axe's character. Like, I think it's true about all of them, that there is never any question what anyone's objectives are. The question is how we are going to do it or when we are going to do it, but what we are going to do is abundantly apparent basically from the jump. We have never changed our objective. We've never added new Techamen. We've never repower scaled. The answer was always, there's a lot of them. We didn't know how many at first. They have my family / they are my family, and they need to be annihilated. Crab claw design philosophy. I mean, like, visually speaking, he does look a little crab-like, but yeah, I know what you mean, right? That they're like there's one crab claw that's like massively honking big because like it needs to draw attention for a variety of reasons for a crab, and like we want that visual design too. But like, if the entire cast is the one unified crab, that everything can't be the thing that gets accentuated, because otherwise nothing. Is that what you mean? Because if so, like, yes, 100% correct. I'm 100% with you, Llama. Or is crab claw design philosophy a like visual term that I'm just like unfamiliar with, that I'm like trying to nonsense my way through? Does actually here? Oh yeah, Blade has it too. I was gonna say, like, also all of them I think have one unifying color of yellow. Like, Dagger has the yellow bits all over. Blade has the yellow bits all over. Axe has the most yellow we've seen so far. So at the very least, we know that there's also like Blade is still part of this group, right? It's not, we also made a Techaman a different way. All of these Techaman were made the same way. So like, having our tertiary color be pulled throughout everybody is definitely a smart visual choice. Especially because you're not like having your attention drawn to it. It's just a passive you might not necessarily look like. I meant more that Evil looks like a crab claw. Okay, I mean that's fair. That's fair. If you give me a term like that, I'm gonna try and philosophize about it. But I think that's like why it's interesting to do this, right? Is because like sometimes you could take it really literally, but if you try to apply it really broadly, like it kind of still works too. It is amazing how much like visual cue we take from animals that we like try to inject our own meaning onto. Like, I will do that all the time because of a lot of my like academic background. But like, think how often we look at our animals and try to like read onto them behavior that is like probably not what the animal's doing, but is close enough to human behavior that we're like, yeah, it must be that. Like a high heel theory. Are you just like gonna try and say words to see what I can pull out now? Or is this another one? Is this like an actual phrase? Also, we should probably move this to Axe just in case there's anything else going on here. That's so weird that like Dagger also keeps coming up with him. Maybe they were like a package set, maybe? You're messing. Okay. You were just trying to see if I could pull anything else out of it. That's fair. I appreciate the goof. I mean, like, if you give me a couple more minutes and I wasn't so late, you probably could. Where does Axe's Volteca come from? Are they from those like green spots? Those green spots aren't even in this design. His Volteca is from like these pieces, right? Yeah, his Volteka is chest oriented. Yeah, I don't know much what to do with this yet because we haven't seen everybody's, but everybody's Volteka comes from their chest, except Blade's, whose comes from his shoulders. I guess there's something to be said about, like, something needing to, like, come from the heart or, like, from the center of the body. Like, all of these, like I said with Dagger having the weapons pointed forward, all of the Radam Tekka men are, like, literally fighting for their lives. I believe, like, we know D-Boy is gonna have to win. He's, like, probably, I doubt he's gonna die, or if he's gonna die, he'll die taking out Omega, I'm gonna guess. But, like, for all of the Radam, what they are doing is core to their personhood now. Where for D-Boy, he is choosing to put all of the weight on his shoulders, like Atlas Greek myth style. Thus, like, his most powerful weapon is on his shoulders because he's, like, trying to shoulder the burden of the world and his, like, community at the same time. I feel like the fighting from the heart bit works a little bit better if they weren't so possessed, but maybe that's the irony of it, though, is that they, like, kind of are, but, like, don't realize that they are doing so, like, going down the wrong path with like, wrong intentions in mind. But it feels like it could be real since a lot of mechs do have high heels. I mean, yeah, it's just that, like, also high heels look great. They're heckin' hard to walk in, but, like, height is cool, negative space is cool. Japan especially loves negative space. But, like, we also just include them in a lot of visual storytelling because, again, we just, like, hate women's bodies in media, I think, a lot. Or, the feminized body in media a lot. So, like, we like to put characters in high heels because it makes them look really fashion and not very, like, have any of you tried to walk in high heels? Let me tell you, it is very hard, even in very, like, comfortable, designed to be worn all day heels. It's very hard to walk in, let alone, like, the stiletto nonsense they put characters in. So, like, we finally just get to do that with mechs where we don't have to worry about that as much. It could be like, actually, they're pistons. Like, we could, like, say whatever we wanted about them because they're machines. God, I want some block heel footwear. I highly recommend it, Stupid Family and their stupid gender normativity. Just from me to you, wear them and then use that block high heel to fight them. But I feel it. Please stay safe. I'm so sorry that you don't get to. Buy them anyway and just wear them around your house. Like that, like even something like that can be satisfying enough. I hope one day you will get to, though. It's so frustrating how difficult we are about, like, clothing and, like, what people are allowed to wear. Where would you want? Everybody. What else? I think that's largely everything. We'll probably come back to, like, the whole of their designs when we look at everybody else too. But I think that's call it for today. We're already over a little bit of time. This has been a lot of fun. I miss doing this. I, like, kind of also want to, like, churn through the Tekka Man ones quick. Like, there's not gonna be a lot left of them. Because, like, there's so many other ones we gotta talk about. Oh, thank you, Mama. I appreciate it. No, I will. You are part of my team now. I will defend you like a mama bear or a folding chair, as it were. It is very important to me that is said very loudly and very succinctly for everybody involved. If it is just you and I in this chat, and I don't think it will be. We've talked about transness a lot here, so people are pretty cool. If it's just you and I in this chat, this place will be safe. This is just in Gen Z wearing the stripe. This is just in Gen Z wearing the striped swimsuits. I mean, heckin' good. More power to him. Fashion's dead. Cringe is dead. Where would you want? Okay, let's wrap it on all of these positive notes. This was a heckin' killer of a stream. I'm so energized. I am so happy right now. I hope you all have had a good time because I have had a blast. If streams could always be like this, I will be happy for the rest of my life. I'm so glad you're here. I can't wait for the rest of the week. Tomorrow we have more SD Gundam coming up. We can finally finish up Awaku. I know a couple of you have been waiting for that. I'm also been waiting for it because I want to go and grind that some. Then on Wednesday and Friday, this is an off week. I gotta go change. We gotta have we're gonna have more pre-recorded alphas. I need to go do that tonight too, probably. But we're finally getting somewhere with the plot with that, so that's good. It's taken us a while. We're finally getting somewhere. I wonder how many more combined missions we are. We might start blazing through alpha if we get a lot more of these like story, like fast 25-minute missions. Then Thursday we're back here to finally get our boy back, and we can like start getting through some more Gundam plot. And that is my week that's my week in streaming. If you'd like to follow along with me / get ahead of me, because I haven't done it yet, I need to go do that once we turn the stream off. Speaking of Tekkaman, we have episodes 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42 on the docket for this week. I will make a post about it once I post my notes. But those are the episodes we're going to talk about for this week. And that almost brings us to the end of Tekkaman. Right? Yeah, that's almost the end of Tekkaman Season 1. We've got a couple more episodes, then the Season 1's finished, then we jump right into Season 2. So I'd say like 2 or 3 more weeks, then we're going to be wrapping up, and then we move on to Oregon, which I think is pretty short. But that's the week for me. It's going to be a good week. Making really good alpha progress. Thank you. I'm glad you think so, Cam. I feel like we're going slow, but it's also just like a heckin' long game. Guided next, which is fully English. Yeah, so which is gonna prolong it even longer, because I'm probably gonna sit there and like analyze the story a lot more too. I'm gonna luxuriate in the fact that we have like actual story details in alpha once we get to Guided. Oregon is a 3-part OVA, I believe. Oh, okay, so that's gonna be heckin' fast. We're gonna blitz through that then. Okay, that's helpful to know, Lava. Thank you. That I would look at a little bit ahead of time, but we'll try to figure out probably once we hit Season 2 of Blade, we can start figuring out what we're gonna do after Oregon then, because we'll have to like decide that in pretty short order. I'll put a community poll out for it once we get like, if we can like decide in chat what we think is like a good, if we get a couple of good answers in chat, I'll put a community poll out the next day for like a more consistent vote, unless we can come to like one really perfect. But that will do it for me. I need to get some dinner. I need to go watch some anime myself. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your evenings. Make meeting out tomorrow and the rest of your days, and I will see you back here, hopefully live, if not in the VODs. But I will bid you all a fond farewell and a good night. Take care, everyone.